All right, so welcome back, Elaine, to the Art of Letting Go Zoom room for another session. So I thought let's just dive into today's email, quote, a bit of teaching, and that will lead us nicely into the lesson for today. So I'm going to share my screen with you. Give me a moment to get the live stream going so people can hook into that. Yeah, so let's just do this. Where are we? Okay, so let me share my screen with you. Yes. All right, can you see that all right?
Yeah.
Oh, where's the Chrome just collapsed? Just keeps doing this. Just keeps just bombing out. So for some reason. All right, you see that? So you can read the quote for us.
To forgive is to set a prisoner free and to discover that the prisoner was you.
Yeah, quote by a renowned Christian author, ethicist, and theologian, is really quite a succinct summary of what forgiveness, or we call in alternative art of letting go language, letting go, will do for you. So the word prisoner brings to mind Plato's allegory of the cave, which thought I'd repeat in the context of this quote and today's workbook lesson, which is all about forgiveness. Forgiveness or letting go is the way out of the dark cave of our belief in separation in which we've imprisoned ourselves. So to recap on the story, Plato starts by describing prisoners chained together in a cave from birth, so they have no knowledge of the outside world. So they've been in the cave their whole life. Behind the prisoners is a fire. Between the fire and the prisoners, people move about carrying puppets, shapes, other objects. So it's really a puppet show going on, being projected onto the wall. And the prisoners are chained and they're facing the cave wall. And they think that the images that they're seeing are reality. They don't understand they're merely shadows projected onto the wall. So very interesting analogy. There's clearly an understanding of some of the metaphysics of what A Course in Miracles is teaching. So the idea that the world's an illusion, it's a projection, what the images you see aren't reality. So then one prisoner, who's represents Plato's awakened teacher, Socrates, finally questions the hypnosis of his fellow prisoners and has the courage to turn around and see that the shadows are fake, an illusion produced by the puppet masters prancing around in front of the fire. So I'm like, okay, well, I can see what's going on here. So that allows him to escape from his chains, which symbolizes false beliefs, from the cave that symbolizes the material world, and discover a whole new reality outside the cave that he was previously unaware of. Symbolizes the transcendent reality of light and beauty that is the key concept of what's come to be known as the perennial philosophy. And so there's another transcendent reality or dimension beyond this world, which is what the perennial philosophy speaks of. So then this freed prisoner sees that the outside world is so much more real than that in the cave. It's beautiful, it's light, and so he returns to the cave to tell the other prisoners the good news and set them free. But he's somewhat blinded when he returns because his eyes aren't accustomed to the actual sunlight, so he can no longer see the shadows clearly. So the chained prisoners then go, well, this blindness to the images on the wall, which they think are reality, they interpret as stupidity and ignorance, and they believe they'll be harmed if they try to leave the cave. So they violently resist the freed man's attempts to convince them that what they're seeing on the wall isn't real. There is a far better and brighter reality that awaits them outside the cave. So it leads to Socrates' death by decree of the Athenian rulers of the time. So they didn't like his teaching, so they said, well, either leave, permanent banishment from the city, or take poison. So he preferred, the transcendence of death to the separation of exile. So he took hemlock. So given what's happened in the world over the last few years with the COVID pandemic, mass vaccinations in the name of so-called herd immunity, one may well ask if anything has really changed in 2,400 years. Well, most people in our society are just being hypnotized by the images the puppet masters project onto the screen. And in today's world, the screen's very literal. And that you have electronic devices like TVs, computers, mobile phones, everyone's got a screen, and we're looking at these screens all the time. So they're showing us images of so-called reality all day long. Well, is that really very different from the images projected onto the cave wall? They just, multicolored, high tech, it all seems to be very convincing, but it's just images projected onto a screen. So if you ask yourself honestly, who and what is producing these images, and this question will ultimately lead you to escape from the cave of false beliefs that imprison humanity into the light of truth that is who you really are. So the cave analogy is really speaking about the human condition, being imprisoned by our own beliefs in an illusion, and that it takes a questioning mind and courage to awaken. So forgiveness, as Yeshua teaches it in A Course in Miracles, is nothing more than a refusal to give reality to the images being projected onto the four-dimensional screen of time-space. We call this universe and the world within it by the ego or belief in separation. So it's all just a projection of this belief onto the screen that has four dimensions, the 3 dimensions of space, and then you have space-time because things appear to happen in space, and that creates the illusion of time because things are changing, and we measure time by change. So objects, people are moving around in space, and that creates this illusion that there's time unfolding and things are happening sequentially. So it's nothing more than a refusal to give reality to the images, but neither is it less. So one must refuse to believe in these images. To free ourselves from the mental and emotional prison this belief is made for us, we need to deny the reality of any of the images we see, hear, taste, touch, and perceive in this so-called reality. So that's a very big ask, you may say, but it's really not, because you need only apply the simple logic of the Holy Spirit or remembrance of perfect love to everything you perceive in this world. Images you perceive as external reality are either all real or all unreal. There's no in-between state. So if you accept the truth that all the images you perceive in this world, people, places, events, circumstances, and anything else that seems to be outside of your mind, are unreal, when you're tempted to make them real by reacting to them emotionally, and hence judging them as real with the power to affect you, this is true forgiveness. It sets you free because you can no longer believe in any of the images, so they have no power to cause you any suffering or disturb your peace in any way. And so it's just saying it's an all or nothing deal. You accept them or you deny them. And forgiveness, radical forgiveness, is saying you must deny anything that is not of God, that doesn't come from pure formless awareness of perfect love in our alternative language. Any other way of perceiving the images of this world will inevitably lead you to you remaining in the chains of your own false beliefs. That would have you believe the images on the screen are real, that the separate perceiver, most importantly, the separate perceiver who perceives them, which is otherwise known as your ego, your belief in separation, and the belief in a separate self is therefore also real. So if you are a separate person perceiving these images, then that must mean that you are separate. See, so that's how the illusion works. But if you deny that there's anything really there, then there's no perceiver. There's no separate perceiver to perceive a world outside of him or her. So today's bonus discussion and meditation first discussed yesterday's quote. Prayer is a bridge from your mess to God's rest. In the light of this quote, which was previous day's inspirational quote. So if you want to read that one, Elaine, prayer is a way of asking for something.
Prayer is a way of asking for something. It is the medium of miracles. But the only meaningful prayer is for forgiveness, because those who have been forgiven have everything. Once forgiveness has been accepted, prayer is usually a sense becomes
utterly meaningless.
Becomes utterly meaningless. The prayer for forgiveness is nothing more than a request that you may be able to recognize what you already have.
Well, so in the session I explained that true prayer is always for forgiveness. It's always the prayer to let go. You ask the Holy Spirit to help you to let go and perceive things correctly. You don't ask for a specific outcome on the level of form. That's not true prayer. And so at the highest level, true prayer and forgiveness or letting go are the same. Just what he's saying in that quote you just read. And once you've truly let go of any negative thoughts or emotions that block the awareness of love's presence, then prayer in the conventional sense is meaningless. You realize you need nothing else. Or prayer in the conventional sense of praying for something external to satisfy you, make you happy, complete you, becomes irrelevant because you've accepted that you're already whole, complete, and therefore have everything you truly need. Forgiveness brings you into the awareness that you already are whole and complete, and nothing on the level of form is going to do that for you. We also discussed the deep peace and rest comes from letting go of our negativity, how building mind training practices like the daily lessons from A Course in Miracles and times of longer rest in which you meditate into your daily schedule is how you integrate this insight about the relationship between prayer and forgiveness into your daily life, and pray without ceasing, as the Apostle Paul urges the Thessalonians to do in the book of Thessalonians, 1 Thessalonians in the New Testament. So, rejoice always. You want to read that one?
Rejoice always, pray without ceasing, in everything give thanks, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus for you.
So if you want to translate that into alternative language and personalize it.
I let go continuously and I am joyful and grateful for everything I experience, because this is the will of perfect love for me, exemplified by Yeshua, who identified only with the one true self we share.
Oh, so that makes it a bit more practical, maybe. Pray
Yeah.
without ceasing. A lot of people think Paul means they should, go around chanting prayers all day, but that isn't what he means. He means that your attitude is one of letting go. That's what he means. You're letting go continuously and trusting the Spirit to guide you. So pray without ceasing means you're letting go of temptations, misperceptions continuously, and are then joyful and grateful for everything. Pray without ceasing, rejoice, give thanks, because you are then seeing correctly. You're seeing the truth that pure formless awareness of perfect love is underlies everything, is behind everything. So quite a powerful quote, actually. It's really talking about a flow state there, living in Joyce always pray without ceasing. That's really being in a flow state, continuously connected with your source. And that source, that awareness is now directing your thoughts, words, and actions. And everything becomes an offering to that source. And this is the will of God in Christ Jesus. So this is the will of perfect love for me, exemplified by Yeshua as an example of that, who identified fully with the one true self we share. That's why he was the Christ. He was Yeshua, the true self, who identified only with his true self. He undid his ego, and he becomes the way shower for everyone to attain that same state as he attained. Okay, so that's a good, there was some interesting stuff in this session, so listen to it. You have some time, which leads us nicely into today's lesson. So yeah, before we move on, any comments, questions, thoughts on any of that teaching?
Yes, just practice, letting go in every moment.
Yeah, so letting go and prayer are the same. In the end, it comes down to one simple skill that you've got to master, and that's the art of letting go. That's your prayer, that's your meditation, that is the essence of all the great spiritual teachings and practices. They all help you to let go. So it's when you boil it down, when you boil spirituality down to one thing that you've got to do, it's that, let go. Continuously. And it's an art, because you still got to live in this world. So that doesn't mean you become an ascetic and just don't participate in the world. It's an art that you let go mentally and emotionally. You're not thinking any kinds of negative thoughts. You're not feeling negative emotions related to whatever you're seeing. That's what you have to let go of. So you can still participate in it, but without negativity.
Yeah, very tall task. Because I feel as though, it's special relationships, family are the big ones, as we've always mentioned.
So for many people, that would seem to be an impossible task. But nothing for the spirit is impossible.
Right.
It just requires willingness. It's just saying, look, be willing to practice and do these mind training exercises that I've given you, and you can and will learn this. And you will learn this way of thinking, and you will undo your ego, because it's the will of God. And ultimately, the will of God must be done, even though this world seems to be run and dominated by the ego. ultimately it cannot withstand that that ultimate will, because it's the truth. And so the illusion will make way for the truth. So that's very good news. If you just have the willingness, say, yeah, I really do want to learn this. I want to learn who I really am. I want to escape all pain and suffering, sickness and death. I want to transcend this world. That's then okay. You have a path. He's showing us the way to do that, using the lessons primarily, and the text. So we're going to have a look at today's workbook lesson first. So if you want to read the
Forgiveness
original
is
and then the alternative.
Forgiveness is the key to happiness. Letting go is the key to happiness.
A very simple statement of truth, but very profound. Yeah. Okay. So there's one key. There's one key to happiness. You don't have to do many things. There's not 7 secrets and 10 things you have to do. It's one thing. You need to forgive or to let go. We use the letting go term because it's more practical. What is forgiveness? I think lots of people get confused about forgiveness. What does that actually mean? What is to forgive someone really mean? Does it mean that they do something nasty to me and then I just overlook that, or does it mean that I try not to judge them? Does it mean what does it actually mean? And from our perspective, it means that you let go of any negative thoughts and emotions that you are experiencing as a result of someone or something, whatever the trigger is. Doesn't really matter what the trigger is. What matters is that you let go of the negative thoughts and emotions arising. So letting go is the key to happiness. So shall we move into the paragraph 1, if you want to read that for us.
Here is the answer to your search for peace. Here is the key to meaning in a world that seems to make no sense.
Here read it in the alternative, because I've personalized it.
Right. Here is the answer to my search for peace. Here is the key to meaning in a world that seems to make no sense. Here is the way to safety in apparent dangers that appear to threaten me at every turn and bring uncertainty to all my hopes of ever finding quietness and peace. Here are all my questions answered and the end of all my uncertainty ensured at last.
Okay, so what's he saying?
Just by forgiving and letting go, it can bring us to our pure formless awareness, and it's our way to safety from a world that makes no sense and threatens us at every turn, and leaving us uncertain and any hope of finding quietness and peace. We're hoping for quietness and peace, but that will only be found through letting go.
Yeah. All my questions answered, all concerns ended, end of all uncertainty. So he's holding out, it's a big promise, saying, this is the answer to all of your problems. This will bring you peace. This will give you a sense of meaning in a world that seems to make no sense. This will bring you a sense of safety from all the things that appear to threaten you. and bring uncertainty to all your hopes of finding quietness and peace. So here's the end of all uncertainty, the end of doubt, as yesterday's lesson, yesterday's text reading was all about the end of doubt. So the one thing you need to do is to let go, to end all doubt, and to bring about all these, very positive outcomes. So it's a nice lead in. It's motivating, saying, well, pay attention, because this is the one thing you've got to do to be happy. Okay. So then he goes on to number 2, the unforgiving mind. Read it in the alternative. So now he's going to give us a bit of the stick. We know he does carrot and he does stick. So he does this. This is a bit of a stick lesson, saying, okay, so this is what the unforgiving mind is like. And let's just look at that for a couple of paragraphs, so that you become very aware of what the cost of listening to the ego is. And
The unforgiving mind is full of fear and offers love no room to be itself, no place where it can spread its wings in peace and soar above the turmoil of the world. The unforgiving mind is sad without the hope of respite and release from pain. It suffers and abides in misery, peering about in limited awareness, not perceiving truly, yet certain of the danger lurking there.
Yeah, so what's he saying in that one summary?
If we continue in this mindset of unforgiving, well, there's going to be no room for love, and we're just going to be in the turmoil of the world, and it's an unforgiving mind is sad. There's no respite, release from pain, and it just abides in misery, and it's a pretty abysmal state to be in, limited awareness.
Yeah, very much so. So he's painting, this is why he gives us a stick lesson. He's painting a very unpleasant picture of the ego. He's trying to say, this is what, your ego, belief in separation, offers you. Is this really what you want? Peering about in darkness or limited awareness, not perceiving truly, yet certain of the danger, lurking there. So always fearful, always very limited, very contracted. In the end, suffering and pain and death are its lot, life, and yet somehow, strangely, we fear release from all of this. You're going to set up a crazy situation in our mind where we actually are attached to the misery and the suffering and the pain, and we fear release from that. So we resist the awakening coming from the Holy Spirit with all the seeming strength of the ego. Defend against it. So he's telling us very clearly what this unforgiving mind is, what it does, and that it's not going to make us happy. Full of fear, turmoil of the world, it's sad, no hope, suffers. So if you suffer and there's no seeming way out of suffering, then you just live in misery. Suffers and abides. Let's change that to lives in misery, peering about in limited awareness, not perceiving truly, yet certain of the danger lurking there. So we'll always perceive threat and danger because that's its mindset. Whether it's there or not, it will imagine it. Okay, any other thoughts on that?
Well, it is, pretty sad state of affairs, isn't it? Being in an unforgiving mind.
But it's really important to see it. The reason
Oh,
why
yes.
it's a lesson, people say, well, it's all but doom and gloom and negative. But he does it because he wants us to see the pointless, hopeless, futile nature of this belief in the ego, the belief in separation. Because once we really see that, then we'll be willing to give it up. If we still think it offers us something, then we won't give it up. We'll still think, well, this is okay. I can carry on believing this. So he has to educate us as to why this idea is a very, very bad idea, and that it's just going to hurt us, and there's nothing positive in it. There's no value in it whatsoever. Because then, once we have that understanding, we willingly give it up. Well, there's no point in having this belief. I willingly give it up. So that's what these lessons are designed to do, to help you change your mind about your mind and really, truly let go in your mind of this very deep-seated, destructive, pernicious thought system. Okay, happy to move on to number 3.
Yeah. And the alternative?
Yeah, there's not much to translate really. So
The unforgiving mind is torn with doubt, confused about itself and all it sees, afraid and angry, weak and blustering, afraid to go ahead, afraid to stay, afraid to waken or to go to sleep, afraid of every sound, yet more afraid of stillness, terrified of limit awareness, yet more terrified at the approach of pure formless awareness. What can the unforgiving mind perceive except its damnation? What can it perceive except the proof that all its sins are real?
okay, so thoughts on that?
Well, is it, again, not very pleasant, is it?
No, extremely unpleasant, and he uses this quite harsh graphic language to bring that home, so that we realize that this is not a thought system that we can choose, that we want. It's not trying to sugarcoat the ego. There's some teachings and paths that sort of try and make it okay. So, it's sort of okay. You can have a bit of the ego, and we need some ego to live in the world, and the ego can help you while you having a physical experience. We physical spiritual beings having a human experience, and so on and so on. You've probably heard these kinds of teachings, and they kind of some level justify that there's a separate self, and that we still need a separate self while we're here. But Yeshua's saying to us, no, there is no separate self. It's not true, and it's never justified. And that will help you to transcend all of the limitation, the lack, pain, the suffering, the fear, and go back to pure formless awareness, the perfect love, which is your true nature. Okay, so any other thoughts on that? What's he
Well, it's just,
saying?
there's just no doubt that we head for pure formless awareness, no matter what. Because the reality of being in the ego is, like I say, not nice.
What can it perceive except its damnation? So it's it feels condemned, it feels guilty, and therefore punishment in various forms is central to its thought system. Ideas of sin and guilt and fear and sacrifice. are absolutely essential to its continued existence. So we look at our famous diagram. He's really just painting a picture of all of this. The descent into hell tells us, what the ego does, works on the basis of an individual self that is guilty and sinful for its primary crime of destroying God or love or oneness. So you've got sin and guilt underpinning your individual identity. Yeah, false expectation of punishment appearing real is natural then. There's going to be always fear, which needs to be projected out. So the fear gets projected out onto someone else, someone or something else that you fear. The ego also indulges in the attack. There's a projection of its underlying guilt outwards onto another person or object. And so you get, fear, guilt, sin, accusation, blame, attack, and end up living as a seeming individual in this seemingly quite harsh, cruel world. It's external to you, believing that you're a victim of an unfair world. And living this, HELL stands for helpless, innovative little life. Innovative means weakened. So seemingly helpless, very weakened. Little life of limitation, lack, loneliness, suffering before the body dies. All of which is not a pleasant reality. And this is what unforgiveness, the mind that is attached to the dream world and believes in the dream and the separate self, is the unforgiving mind. The mind that hasn't been corrected by the Holy Spirit's reinterpretation of the ego's dream. It doesn't see the oneness that underlies everything. Okay, so back here. Where is that? Just okay, so moving on to number 4.
Right. The alternative is it? Yeah.
Yeah, there's not much to translate. So.
The unforgiving mind perceives no mistakes, but only sins. It perceives the world with distorted perception and shrieks as it sees its own projections rising to attack its miserable parody of life. It wants to live, yet wishes it were dead. It wants release, yet it sees no hope. It wants escape, yet can conceive of none, because it sees the sinful everywhere.
Well, so again, just continuing in the same vein. Summarize that. What's he saying there?
Well, again, pretty horrible sort of state of mind, isn't it, to be in? Mm. Most people won't realize to the extent that what it really stands for.
Mm. It wants to love, yet yes, wishes it were dead. So it's this weird, yes, I want some kind of separate existence, but actually I loathe it. I loathe myself. The self-loathing for the imagined sin of separating from my source. So actually that's a death wish. I want to live, but I wish I could die and just end the pain.
This, being in this separate self,
just end the misery. So there's inherent contradictions. He's saying And that wants to live yet wishes were dead. Sees its own projections, rising to attack its miserable parody of life. But parody is a mockery, right? Parody of life is a mockery of parody of life. So it's a parody of eternal life. This life in this world is a parody, a mockery of eternal life. And it's our job to just see that and transcend the mockery. And once released, it sees no hope. Okay, so anything else on number 4?
Well, the more we need to clear ourselves of the limited awareness and move swiftly to the perfect love.
Yeah. So he's just giving us the condition of an unforgiving mind, to make us aware of the kind of condition that our minds may still be in or have been in. That it's really quite desperate. Okay, so number 5.
The unforgiving mind is in despair, without the prospect of a future which can offer anything but more despair. Yet it regards its judgment of the world as irreversible and does not see it has condemned itself to this despair. It thinks it cannot change, for what it perceives bears witness that its judgment is correct. It does not ask because it thinks it knows. It does not question, certain it is right.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
Well, the unforgiving mind is just, in despair, and there's no prospect of future. Again, like the above paragraph, it's a sorry place to be.
And I think the key point there is it thinks it's right. It thinks it's correct and it's right, and it's not open to change. So if ever you've met people who are in despair, might be depressed, they think they're right about the world. They think their perception is correct. It's very difficult to dislodge their mind from that belief that they're right. Which is why it's often challenging to heal people with long-term chronic depression, because they're so convinced that this perception that they have of the world and of themselves is real. This is reality. But to start questioning it at all is inconceivable to them. They just accept it as real, and they don't realize that it's based on, the entire reality is based on an assumption. Thinks it cannot change. And questioning, I think this is a key point. You must be open to questioning the dream. It starts with questioning it. That's why Byron Katie's work process is so effective, because it starts questioning, doesn't it? Questioning the nature of the dream and the validity of the assumptions behind your perceptions. Do I really know this is true? Can I absolutely know this is true? Let's start questioning it. And who would I be if I turned this around? You start asking these questions, and it starts loosening the mind from its fixed belief in this reality, which is a judgment that enslaves the mind into that reality. And then you have to live and suffer and die by those rules which the ego has made up. So questioning, that's where it starts. You know, so people who come to this path, they're generally questioning. They're willing to question, to ask fundamental questions about themselves, their lives, the nature of reality. You know, what's it really all about? Remember Neo, when he gets called to meet Trinity that first time in the nightclub. She says, it's the question, you know, you're asking the question, what is the matrix? You know, asking that question. It starts with a questioning mind that is open to ideas. Or maybe I don't know the answers. Let me ask the question and be open. Okay, so number 6. You can read that. It's a bit to translate this. So read it in the original and then the alternative, sentence by sentence.
Forgiveness is acquired, letting go is learned. It is not inherent in the mind, which cannot sin. It is not inherent in the mind, which cannot sin. As sin is an idea you taught yourself, forgiveness must be learned by you as well, but from a teacher other than yourself, who represents the other self in you. As sin is an idea I taught myself, letting go must be learned by me as well, but from a teacher other than myself, which represents the other self in me. Through him, you learn how to forgive the self you think you made and let it disappear. And I need to move that up a bit. Through it, I learn how to let go of the self and I think I made and let it disappear. Thus you return your mind as one to him who is yourself and who can never sin. And so I return my mind as one to my true self, which can never sin.
Yeah, so thoughts on that?
Well, it's going to be such a relief if we just learn to forgive and get back to our true self, capital S. Just once it disappears, then we're in heaven.
So we must learn the skill. We must, you know, learn how to do this. Letting go can be learned, which is good news.
Yeah.
Couldn't be learned, we'd be stuck. So a lot of people, you know, saying they think that, you know, someone like Yeshua, the Buddha, they were somehow spiritually gifted. You know, Yeshua was born as the Son of God, but it was learned. They learned through training their minds how to let go to a high degree. They were very good at that, and that's all that's required. There's one thing you got to do. That's master the art of letting go to become a spiritual master. That's simple. So this makes it very, very straightforward, very simple, very practical. Okay, focus on the one thing that you've got to do. To be happy, to be peaceful, to be joyful, to be in flow, to have miracles happen. You know, everything comes from letting go. And so be open to another teacher other than my separate self. Represents the other true self. So the true self. So through it, I learn how to let go of the self, little self, think I made, and let it disappear. And so I return my mind as one to my true self, which can never sin. So remember, sin is the idea that we've done something wrong, and that is permanent. It's a permanent error, and it's punishable by suffering and death. So it's error made real, permanent, and punishable. And we make it real when we make it permanent in our mind, and we make it punishable. And that entire thought system is false, saying there's no reality to sin whatsoever. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And there's only one self. So the one self perceives correctly. Have a look at Holy Trinity diagram. So you have the true self, or the Christ, Son of God, soul. So this is able to perceive in the world. So it has two perceptions, or Christ visions, which are miraculous in nature. And that's what forgiveness is, these two perceptions that let go of mental and psychological attachment to everything in the world. All the experiences seem to exist and happen in the physical universe of time and space are let go of by the true self through the mechanism of the Holy Spirit. So the Holy Spirit is a remembrance of perfect love that remembers that only oneness is true, only love is true, and is able to translate that into your perceptions so that you then perceive all of these things correctly, meaning that you don't give them a reality they don't have. That's simple. Even while you're seemingly living here in a body dealing with all these things, you simply don't make them real mentally and emotionally, perceptually. You deny them and you remain rooted in peace, a deep peace that comes from pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is the deepest, possible peace. But even at the Christ level, perceiving correctly, you should experience a lot more peace in this world. Much less drama, less upsets. And so as I forgive or let go, I return my mind from being identified with this and the separate self, and I go up and I return my mind into the awareness that it is one self. And I am one with everyone and everything, all life. When I have that realization, then I'm back in oneness. And all there is this. So ultimately, the idea of the Christ, the true self, and the Holy Spirit, they collapse. They are just expedients. They're part of the way that we're going to overcome this world. They are training devices, learning devices. They are not ultimate reality, because ultimate reality is only one awareness, one pure formless awareness of perfect love. Not many. Okay. Happy with number 6?
Yes.
Okay. Each unforgiving mind, you can read it, not much to translate.
Yeah.
An alternative.
Each stubborn mind presents me with an opportunity to teach my own how to let go of its false self-concept. Each one awaits release from victimhood through me and turns to me imploringly for the state of pure formless awareness here and now. It has no hope, but it becomes its hope. And as its hope, I become my own. The stubborn mind must learn through my letting go that it has been awakened from victimhood and suffering. And as I teach awakening, I will learn it. Yet all my teachings and learning, yet all my teaching and learning will not be from my separate self, but will come from the teacher who will show me the way.
Okay, so what's he saying?
Well, pure formless awareness, if we, our stubborn mind, just our ego's separate self, stubborn mind, will, just trying to put it into my words. Well, the separate self has no hope. Pure formless awareness, here and now, takes us away from, releases us from victimhood, and just by letting go, it teaches us to awaken. But it'll not come from the separate self, the teaching. It'll come from the teacher, capital T, who will show us the way.
So we must learn, and we become the hope of the stubborn minds, the unforgiving minds that believe in victimhood and suffering. And we demonstrate to our own awakened awareness that that's not the case, that there's another state of mind that transcends victimhood and suffering. Stubborn mind must learn through my letting go that it has been awakened from victimhood and suffering. So as I let go, I can help others who are very stubborn and want to believe in the illusions of victimhood and suffering to let go, because I become the demonstration that these things are not true. So look at, Yeshua was, again, a great example of this. He showed other minds that had, believed in victimhood and suffering and sickness and pain. He showed them that there was another way, that wasn't true. And so we can follow his way out of victimhood and suffering into pure formless awareness of perfect love, and inspire others to do the same by our example. They see a liberated human being, they see someone like Yeshua was operating at a very high level, and that's naturally attractive. That's why he attracted disciples. Yeah, so up here, number 7.
Yeah.
So number 8, today we practice learning to forgive.
Right, today we practice learning to let go. If I am willing, I can learn today to take the key to happiness and use it on my own behalf. I will devote 10 minutes in the morning and another 10 tonight to learn how to let go and experience the benefits of letting go too.
Yeah, so very practical. He's saying, well, you can practice this. So it gives us an exercise to do, to actually practice it and apply it. And number 9.
The stubborn mind does not believe that giving and receiving are the same. Yet I will learn today that they are one through practicing letting go toward one whom I think of as an enemy and one whom I consider as a friend. And as I learn to see them both as one, I will extend the lesson to myself and perceive that their escape included mine.
So he's asking us to practice with someone who you consider to be an enemy, someone who's you're at odds with, there's a conflict, and then someone you consider, well, to be a friend, and they're on your side and they're with you, and the lesson is to apply equally to this truth to both of them. Okay, so that brings us to the practice, which I can guide you through in a meditation. Would you like to do that?
Yep.
Okay. So just make yourself comfortable. So sitting, your feet shoulder width apart, your back straight. Cup your hands in your lap, or put one hand on each thigh, palms facing upwards. So just breathing in and out through your nose. Take a nice deep breath in. Notice how the stomach rises and the chest rises. Subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale, so it's a maximal inhale breath. Breathing in again. Just scan your mind. Be aware of anyone who seems to irritate you. Or there's someone current in your life who's irritating you, or to cause regret in you. Could be someone you actively despise, you merely try to overlook. Doesn't really matter what form your anger takes. Could be a minor irritation to intense rage and hatred. Doesn't really matter. So just choose that person. Just connect with whatever thoughts and feelings that initially thinking about that person gives rise to your mind. So you breathe in. Just observing the really unpleasant. Anger is not a pleasant emotion. Fear, hatred is really toxic emotion. So just be aware of these thoughts and feelings, aware of what they do to your energy system. Now, let's breathe in again and try to perceive some light in him, some lightness, a little gleam you'd never noticed before. That will show up in different ways. Could be a smile, so now let the spark of brightness, a little gleam, shining through the ugly picture that you hold of them. Let this gradually transmute as you look at this picture. So you're looking at an image, a picture frame. But look and see if there's some light somewhere within it. So maybe that looks like a brighter brightness. Try to let this light extend until it covers the person. So breathe it in, you breathe in the light itself into every pore, every cell, every muscle of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being is in the light. And because you're in the light, you can extend it. Extend it outwards. And see this picture change. So there's something that's beautiful and good. Breathe that in and exhale, and have a sense as you exhale of extending it, extending the light. Bring some light to the picture. Hi, Christine. We're just finishing a meditation. So you want to join us?
Thank you.
Now look at this change perception for a while. This person, see the light in them, hold it in mind, and feel what that does to you. You perceive light in this person. Feel how that changes you internally. It's a shift that goes on as you do that. Change in perception. Now, as you breathe in again, turn your mind to someone that you call a friend. You breathe in this same light to every pore, every cell, muscle of your body, every part of your mind. It is infused with this light awareness. And transfer the light that you are in to see around your former enemy, this person you just considered. So the same light, transfer it to this person. And perceive them now as more than friend. In that light, your pure formless awareness shows you your awakener. Freed and freeing, healed and whole. So breathe in this freedom, this healing, this wholeness. Connect with it deeply. And then let this person, offer you the light that you see in them. So both of these people, let them offer you the true awareness that you perceive in them. Let your enemy, former enemy, quote, and friend unite in blessing you what you gave. Now I am one with them, and they with me. Now I've let go of my own errors. So exhale and just blow out any of these errors. Not seeing these errors in your brothers. How the ego works is wants you to project your guilt onto someone else, see the error in them, and they just become the manifestation, projection of your own errors. So just blow away all of these errors. Blow them away with the breeze of your breath to the nothingness that they really are. Spell it all out, letting it all go, and finding a sense of freedom, finding the light within you. Same light that you extended out is also in you. So just breathing in and out normally through your nose. Observe the breath, subtle sensations of the breath to keep your mind in the present moment. Stay connected to this higher awareness, the light. So there's nowhere else to go, there's nothing else to do. Just to think about, just breathe, relax, and surrender into this happiness. And say to yourself out loud, letting go is the key to happiness. So repeat that after me. Letting go is the key to my happiness. I will awaken from the dream that I am mortal, fallible, and full of sin. And know that I am the perfect extension of perfect love. Not sometime in the past or the future, but right now. In this moment, the holy instant, as Yeshua called it, the holy aware moment. Right now, you are that presence. You are the perfect extension of perfect love. I am the perfect extension of perfect love. Breathe in on that, feel it in your heart, feel it in every pore, every cell of your body, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being. Will thrill to these words. I am the perfect extension of perfect love. And you breathe it in. Every pore, every cell, every muscle, every part of your mind, every fiber of your being, and you rest in this presence. Stillness and peace. So nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, and be still. Surrender into the stillness. And know that you are this perfect extension of perfect love. And that everyone is that. From your Christ self's true nature. Nowhere else to go, nothing else to do, nothing else to think about. Just breathe, relax, be still, and surrender into this deep peace and stillness. For a couple of minutes of deep silence. Experience the happiness, the peace, the joy that claiming your true identity brings yourself experientially. Any thoughts come up, seemingly negative, difficult, challenging thoughts about the person, so-called enemy, which you did the exercise on, maybe some more angry thoughts, attacking thoughts. Whatever those thoughts are, just observe them casually and breathe in again to top yourself up with the light of your true awareness, source. Just becoming aware of it, deep peace and stillness that comes from your true awareness, pure formless awareness of perfect love. And just let go of anything else. With the help of your breath, blow it away like a dark smoke or black cloud. It's leaving you, it's going, gone. Follow the stomach into the spine. Expel the last remaining air out. And you rest in this deep peace and stillness. For another minute or two of deep silence. And so just gently coming back in this deep state of connection to your source of pure formless awareness, to an awareness of the body and the breath, senses and the world. And on the count of 3, you're going to open your eyes. So 1, just breathing in, noticing how the stomach rises and the chest rises and the subtle flow of air in through the nostrils. Pausing at the top of the inhale, smile. And your mind, notice any thoughts, emotions, body sensations going on. Particularly if it feels at all negative, limiting, contracted, constricting in any way. Breathe into that and say, letting go is the key to my happiness. I will awaken from the dream that I'm mortal, fallible, and full of sin and know, and I am perfect extension of perfect love. Say, I am perfect love to yourself. Exhale on the truth of that, blow out anything that's not perfect love from your awareness. Follow the stomach into the spine, expel the last remaining air out. Then on the count of 2, notice the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling and touching. Your hands, subtle taste in your mouth, perhaps a smell in your nose. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Noticing all these things in this very still, calm, and surrendered state of mind. You're rooted in your true awareness. You are that awareness. You realize and recognize that everyone is that awareness. So notice, count of 2, the weight of your body pressing down into the chair, your feet touching the ground, noticing what you're feeling, your hands touching, subtle flow of air on your skin perhaps. Notice that, breathing in. Any smell in your nose. Notice any taste in your mouth. Notice what you're hearing in the surrounding environment. Just noticing all these things from this very, very still, calm and surrendered state of mind. State of mind. There are no illusions, just pure awareness. It's pure formless awareness, perfect love. And so you're going to carry this awareness with you for the rest of the session, the rest of the evening. This awareness can guide your thoughts, your word, your actions in a very peaceful, flowing way. This is happiness, underlying happiness, foundational happiness. Happiness in action translates into flow. And it all comes from the ability to let go all the negative thoughts and emotions that block this awareness. And stay connected to this source by letting go of whatever arises. You can practice today's lesson frequently by listening to the 3-minute breath break I've sent you. If that's too long, gave you instructions to do in under a minute in your Telegram and email message. So use any one of those forms to practice it. Keep you in the peace of God that surpasses all understanding. So it is said and so it is done. Now on the count of 3, open your eyes. So just take a minute to look around, observing the room around you, various objects in the room around you. With detachment, so there's no attempt to name them, judge them, label them, interpret them. Just observe them casually. Allow them to just be, to rest in your perception. No judgment, there's just peace. Notice that peace that's there, the underlying deep peace and stillness, connection. And set the intention to stay there in this deep peace. First, foundational happiness, connected with your source, and so this experientially then you come to know that this is true, that letting go is the key to happiness. And this will awaken you from the dream that you're mortal, fallible, and full of sin, to the knowledge that you are the perfect extension of perfect love. So feel that connection, feel that truth resonating in your whole being, your heart, your mind. Body is all entrained to this powerful truth. And so all your thoughts, words, and actions are entrained into that frequency as well. This is the way that perfect love then extends through you into the world, and you become done through. You're just guided. It's to think, say, and do by this presence itself. Presence of perfect love itself. So it is. So be it. Amen. So that brings us to the end of the meditation and the first part of tonight's session. Okay, so welcome, Christine. So, would you like to do a bit of text? You're both up to do a bit of text?
Yeah, I can do for about an hour.
Okay.
It's about half.
All right. So, this one is called Littleness versus Magnitude, section 3 of chapter 15. And it's all about littleness versus magnitude. So let's dive into it, shall we? It's 12 paragraphs. We probably won't finish it in an hour, but we'll see how far we get. Tonight we'll just read. Not much to translate there, so just read it in the alternative. Whoever's going to read it, be not content. Littleness, remember, we translate it into first person singular as well.
I will read it.
Okay. And translate as you go.
Yeah, it's very appropriate. I've just come out of an hour's chat with Jeff, and
Okay.
she's talking about the same sort of thing. How we live in this abundance, this magnitude of light and expansiveness, but we limit ourselves, self-sabotage. And he's just done a workshop with 60, 70 people on raising the ceiling, raising your limitations, how we impose, we keep ourselves little. And we ended the whole session with a meditation talking very much about the ego and this contrast of the light, who we really are, the truth of who we really are. So very, very much on the same basis as this. But it was particularly interesting because he was dealing with how to support people as they're going through their transition. There were 2 or 3 people who have people transitioning at the moment in their homes. And how to do the balances using the tools to help support the people grieving, but also to encourage the spirit to leave. Very special. So be not content with littleness.
So I am not.
But I am sure I understand what littleness is. But I should make
So,
sure,
let me be. So how about I'm not content. I can never. I can never.
be content with littleness. But let me be sure I understand what littleness is and why I could never be content with it. Littleness is the offering I give myself. I offer this in place of magnitude, and I accept it. This is our conditioning. Money doesn't grow on trees, and if you be a
We
good
grow up in a world of scarcity and lack. Apparently, that's true in this world. That these limitations seem to be true. But remember that the world of littleness is a setup. It's a projection of the ego mind. A little self can only produce a world of littleness. So it's just a projection of the nature of the ego that we then see in the world, and then we judge it as real. We say this is reality then. But it's just a projection of a false thought system that's showing us littleness and scarcity and lack, because that is the thought system that sponsored the world, that made up the world. As he says, jumping ahead here, everything in this world.
Everything in this world is little because it is a world made out of littleness, and the strange belief that littleness can content me. When I strive for anything in this world, in the belief that it will bring me peace, I am belittling myself and blinding myself to magnificence. Littleness and magnificence are the choices. Littleness and magnificence are the choices open to my striving and my vigilance. I will always choose one at the expense of the other.
The only significant translation there is glory. Pays glory to magnificence, which in this context, given we talk about magnitude, it's the same root word. Magnitude and magnificence come from the same root.
Yeah.
Magnus, Latin, which means great or big, large, big. So littleness and magnificence. So there's a magnificence about our being, an expansiveness that littleness denies, and we can't be magnificent and little. It's not possible to be both. So those are the choices. So yeah, what's the just read it. In fact, read it from the top in the alternatives. Make sure we got all the translations correct.
I can never be content with littleness, but let me be sure that I understand what littleness is and why I can never be content with it. Littleness is the offering I give myself. I offer this in place of magnitude and I accept it. Everything in this world is little because it is a world made out of littleness. In the strange belief that littleness can content me. When I strive for anything in this world in the belief that it will bring me peace, I am belittling myself and blinding myself to my magnificence.
Yeah. So my magnificence.
Littleness and magnificence are the choices open to my striving and my vigilance. I will always choose one at the expense of the other.
Okay, so what's he saying there in summary?
We've got to come to terms with this dichotomy of littleness and magnificence, that we come into this illusory dream of everything in the world is little, and that littleness will content me, but I am belittling myself as opposed to acknowledging the magnificence of who I really am. And I must make a choice.
Wonder if do you think we should capitalize magnificence?
Yes.
I think that would kind of work because it's on the same level as the self. That's almost in magnificence. Okay, so, and again, he's just making the very clear there that you must make a choice, one at the expense of another. Very, very clearly. So that's always the case. You can't have both. The ego and the spirit always contradict each other. You must choose between them. Okay, so let's just going to whack this in here, and we can do our chat GPT thing at the end. Okay, so happy with number one. Let's move on to number two. And reading the alternative, not much to translate. So just personalize it as you go, right?
Yeah. What I do not realize each time I choose is that my choice is my evaluation of myself. Choose littleness and I will not have peace, for I will have judged myself unworthy of it.
So if I choose littleness,
and I will not have peace. I will have judged myself unworthy of it.
have peace or experience peace?
Yeah.
Experience peace, maybe? Or not experience peace? I've judged. Self unworthy of it.
And whatever I offer as a substitute is much too poor a gift to satisfy me. It is essential that I accept the fact and accept it gladly that there is no form of littleness that can ever content me. I am free to try as many as I wish, but all I will be doing is to delay my homecoming. For I will be content only in magnitude, which is my home.
Okay. So you want to read it from the top?
Yeah. Yet what I do not realize each time I choose is that my choice is my evaluation of myself. If I choose littleness, I will not experience peace, for I will have judged myself unworthy of it. And whatever I offer as a substitute is much too poor a gift to satisfy me. It is essential that I accept the fact, and accept it gladly, that there is no form of littleness that can ever content me. I am free to try as many as I wish, but all I will be doing is to delay my homecoming, for I will be content only in magnitude, which is my home.
I think home should be capitalized. Capital H. Okay, so what's he saying there in summary?
Well, if we choose littleness, we won't experience pass, and we'll have judged ourselves as unworthy of it.
Peace, you mean?
Yes, peace. And if we look for a substitute in this world, it's a poor gift to satisfy ourselves. So we need to accept this fact and accept it gladly, that there's nothing, no form of littleness will ever content us in this world. We can try as much as we like, but the only time we'll find peace is when we're in our magnitude, which is where our true home is.
Yeah. So nothing in this world is going to work. It's all forms of littleness. Whatever you desire here, no matter how grandiose that desire seems to be. You know, take a character like Donald Trump. He's a lovely extreme example. Okay? So he's desired wealth. He's got wealth. He's desired power. Became president of the United States. Desired pleasure. You know, he's had numerous affairs with various women. Who knows what else he's done? Drugs, etc. Quite. I think, really a symbol of the desires of the ego, and almost certainly he's not happy. You can see that from the way the guy behaves. It's so all of that grandiosity, seemingly, achieving on the level of form. Actually, he's an unhappy, unfulfilled person. The core of it. So those kinds of examples are useful because you see, well, people have pursued what seems to be great in this world, and yet it's still little because it actually belittles them and it denies the magnificence of their true being. And they end up just being a kind of a parody. It talks about the miserable parody of life in today's lesson. Parody is just a mockery. It's a mockery of life. Even if you, achieve these, seemingly extraordinary things. He's a billionaire, president of the United States, as many women as he wants, much wealth as he wants, many drugs as he wants, and yet, is he happy? Has he found a deep peace and contentment within himself? Doesn't look like it. So, there we see it in the world, and there's many examples of it. Celebrities are another one, movie stars, rock stars, film stars, and whatever. So often, they have it all on the level of form, but actually they belittle themselves by seeking for satisfaction on the level of form, and they never find what they're really looking for, which is just a peace and contentment within themselves, because they're always seeking and striving. And in the seeking and striving for something outside of themselves, they belittle themselves, you see. That's what desire does. You belittle yourself and you say, I am not enough as I am. I have to find something else to augment me, to satisfy me. So really, whenever I desire something external, I'm belittling myself because I'm denying my true self. and I'm saying I'm not enough, therefore I've got to find something outside of me which is going to make me enough. And that's why desire, as the Buddha noted 2,500 years ago, is the source of all suffering, because it belittles you and it denies your true nature. And then you're having to live with a false self, a self-concept that is false, that is now dictating your desires, your expectations, the grievances that naturally come, and all of your thoughts are now little, based on the belittling that you've done of yourself through that desire. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So whenever you desire something outside of yourself, you are belittling yourself. This is the teaching. Well, that flies in the face of many other teachings. The Secret et al. Saying, well, no, go and desire something. You've got to have goals. You've got to have a dream. Go for it. Yes, you're saying, no, let all that go, because that's just another form of littleness. No matter how grandiose it seems to be, it's still littleness. It's another section of the course earlier. We talked about grandeur versus grandiosity. It's the same idea. The grandeur of God is this magnificence He's pointing to, your true self, that's eternal, that's beyond all suffering and all pain and all lack and limitation. And then the grandiosity would be seeking some kind of magnitude in form, as someone like Donald Trump has done, and trying to make that into something great. But Yeshua's saying it's always going to be little, because of the nature of the thought system that gives rise to it. You can't make take an analogy in nature. An apple tree is never going to give you anything other than apples. Can't do anything. That's its nature. So in the same way, the nature of the ego is to be little and to give you littleness, no matter what form that littleness may take. It may try and disguise it and make it into something seemingly great and grand. Grandiosity is just that, but it's still little because of the thought system that sponsored it. Okay, happy with that? Clear?
Yeah.
We'll move on to number 3 then, Christine. There is a deep responsibility. Okay, Christine, are you there or not?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to myself.
Okay.
There is a deep responsibility I owe myself, one I must remember must learn to remember all the time. The lesson may seem hard at first, but I will learn to love it when I realize that it is true. It is but a tribute to my power. I, who have sought and found littleness, remember this. Every decision I make stems from what I think I am and represents the value that I put on myself. I believe the little can content me, and by limiting myself, I will not be satisfied.
Just hang on just let me catch up. Just I believe little can content me by limiting myself.
For my function is not little, and it is only by finding my function and fulfilling it that I can escape from littleness.
And we should capitalize function. Well, my true function is not little, it is only by finding this function, finding it, then I can escape from littleness. Okay, so you want to read it from the top, make sure we got the translations all right.
There is a deep responsibility I owe myself, one I must learn to remember all the time. The lesson may seem hard at first, but I will learn to love it when I realize that it is true and is only a tribute to my power. I, who have sought and found littleness, remember this. Every decision I make stems from what I think I am and represents the value that I put upon myself. I believe the little can content me, and by limiting myself, I will not be satisfied, for my true function is not little, and it is only by finding this function and fulfilling it that I can escape from littleness.
Okay, so what's he saying there?
All the time, I must remember that it's a big responsibility to learn the lesson that I realize that littleness stems from what I think I am and how I value myself. I've grown to believe that this can make me happy by limiting myself, but my true function is not little, and by finding what this function, purpose is and living it, then I can escape from my patheticness.
And what is the true function he's talking about?
Spreading my love and magnificence of the light that I truly am.
The way to do that, your true function here then is to forgive or to let go.
Yes.
So that becomes your function, and then the results are that yes, you are the light of the world. You spread your light, spread love and peace and joy in the world. But the function, so what you actually have to do, because function is very practical, isn't it? What do I actually have to do here? What is my function in the world? It's to let go of all negative thoughts and emotions, moment by moment by moment. That's my only function. That's my only job. It's all I have to do. But that's enough. It's a big task. Let go of every negative thought and emotion that blocks the awareness of perfect love. That's the function.
Yes, and that's what the whole 30 years of life alignment is all about. It is identifying the blocks to our magnificence, which is all conditioning from childhood or past experiences or past lives, people in our lives that are negative, and letting them go. That's what life alignment does, letting go and then receiving the magnificence of the truth of who we really are.
So you see, every authentic path, whether it's life alignment, or it's Course in Miracles, or it's Buddhism, or it's Advaita Vedanta, or it's a Sufi path, they all essentially boil down to the same thing. You must let go of what doesn't serve you. the blocks to the awareness of love's presence. Negative thoughts and emotions, we call them. Things that negate your true awareness. You must let go of those. That's your function. That's your only job. And they all, if it's a good path, they all facilitate that. They have different modalities, different methods of helping you to let go. But they're all of those practices are about letting go of the negative thoughts and emotions. And that's the common, that's the single thing that you have to do to undertake a spiritual path. You have to start letting go of thoughts and emotions that don't serve you.
And looking at the resistance as to why we don't do it.
Yeah, well, that's part of the letting go. You know, that resistance, the defense mechanisms of the ego are part of what needs to be let go of.
Yeah.
And we resist it because we think we're a separate self and we identify with the character in the dream. And we think that this is reality and this is our life. And this gives us an existence and it gives us something we want. We value our separate identity, our separate life here, the experiences we have as an individual person. We think, well, this is life. This is, this offers me something. And we have to look at that very honestly. Say, well, really? Does it really offer you more than pure formless awareness of perfect love can offer you? And if you're honest about that, you must conclude that it doesn't. It's less than, it's little by comparison to the magnitude of pure formless awareness of perfect love, which is infinite and eternal in nature. There is no limit to it because of that. So hence its magnitude. The specific, whatever's in form, when you can specify something, it's specific, it is by definition limited. Because there you have it, it's in a box. This is what it is. Very specific, very limited. So this is the problem with conscious manifestation. You go, oh, I want that limited thing, person, place, experience, achievement, but it's limited. I define it. It is finite. So it's a finite game. Simon Sinek talks about the finite game versus the infinite game. We play these finite games, which are games of littleness, of lack, of limitation, because they are finite. Whenever you have a specific goal, you're playing a finite game. But the infinite game is the game where there's no limit. It's not, because it's not a specific outcome you're looking for. The infinite game is I choose to let go and be happy, loving, peaceful, and joyful. Well, there's no limit to that. There's no boundaries. It never ends. See? So you're not playing a finite game anymore. It's infinite and it extends throughout eternal as well. And so that's what letting go does. It helps us to play the infinite rather than the finite game while we're here. That's our true function. Okay, any other thoughts on that?
No.
Okay, moving swiftly on then to number 4, bit of translation here because we've got Holy Spirit and God. So Elaine, if you can read it in the original and then the alternative, please.
There is no doubt about what your function is, for the Holy Spirit knows what it is. There is no doubt about what your function is, for the remembrance of oneness knows what it is. Continue an alternative.
Mm-hmm. No.
My true function.
But what my true function? Yeah. Personalize it. Thanks, Christine.
There is no doubt about its magnitude, for it reaches you through him from magnitude. There is no doubt about its magnitude, for it reaches me through the remembrance from magnitude. And you do not have to strive for it because you have it. I do not have to strive for it because I have it. Same. All my striving must be directed against littleness, for it does not require vigilance. Oh, where's that gone?
It does require vigilance.
Yeah, sorry, I've lost it. Where am I? Number 3?
4.
4.
Does
Right.
require vigilance to protect.
Yeah, sorry, it's just when you moved that sentence, my eyes couldn't quite, and lost the sentence. Vigilance to protect my magnitude in this world. To hold my magnitude in perfect awareness in a world of littleness is a task the little cannot undertake. Yet it is asked of me in tribute to my magnitude and not to my littleness. Nor is it asked of me alone. The power of perfect love will support every effort I make on behalf of its beloved extension. Search for the little, and I deny myself its power. Pure formless, myself its power. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is not willing that its extensions be content with less than everything.
The original is God.
Oh, God is not
God
willing.
that his son be content with less than everything. Yeah, and then for he's not content.
For he is not content without his son, and his son cannot be content with less than his father has given him. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is not willing that its extension be content with less than everything, for it wills that it be known by its extension, and its extension cannot be content with less than its source has given it.
Wow. Okay. So you read it. Just read it from the top. Make sure we did the translation correctly.
There is no doubt about what my true function is.
And
For the
Christine's logging off.
Oh, bye, Christine.
Sleep well.
There is no doubt about what my true function is, for the remembrance of oneness knows what it is. There is no doubt about magnitude, for it reaches me through this remembrance of magnitude.
But its magnitude. Just read that again.
There is no doubt about its magnitude, for it reaches me through the remembrance from magnitude. I do not have to strive for it because I have it. All my striving must be directed against littleness, for it does require vigilance to protect my magnitude in this world. To hold my magnitude in perfect awareness in a world of littleness is a task the little cannot undertake. Yet it is asked of me in tribute to my magnitude and not my littleness. Nor is it asked of me alone. The power of perfect love will support every effort I make on behalf of its beloved extension. If I search for the little, I deny myself its power. Pure formless awareness of perfect love is not willing that its extension be content with less than everything. For it wills that I be known by its extension, and its extension cannot be content with less than its source has given it.
Now, say that wrong again. For it wills that it be known. Wills that
For
it
it
be
wills, for it wills that it be known by its extension, and its extension cannot be content with less than its source has given it.
Yeah, so what's he saying there in summary?
Well, there's no doubt that our true function of the remembrance of perfect oneness knows what it is. I don't have to strive for it because I have it. It's my natural true self. And we need to strive against the littleness, but it does require vigilance to protect the magnitude of this world, to hold the magnitude in perfect awareness in a world of littleness is a task that little cannot undertake. It's not asked of us alone. The power of perfect love will support every effort we make. If we search for the little, we deny our capital self its power. And the Son of God, the extension, cannot be content with less than its source has given it.
Well, okay, summary. What's the key takeaway out of that? Key idea.
We all need to realize we're spending too much time in littleness when our real jewel is in the magnitude of our source, perfect love.
I can never be content when I search for the little. It's never going to satisfy me.
No.
Searching for any form in this world to seemingly make me happy is delusional. Never going to work. It requires a lot of vigilance in this world against that search, because we are programmed to go searching outside of ourselves. That's the human condition.
Yeah.
For some kind of happiness, satisfaction, peace, whatever we're looking for, we think it's outside of ourselves. That's the programming of the world. And it requires a lot of mental strength, discipline, which comes through this kind of spiritual practice to deny that and not engage in this futile searching outside of ourselves, which belittles us. And to protect your magnitude then by doing that, by not expecting and desiring outcomes in the world, you protect your magnitude. And you stay rooted in your true being, which is magnificent, is the magnitude he speaks of. But you think of the conditioning of this world, it's conditioning you to go and seek outside of yourself. From a young age, we get conditioned. We go to school, parents, our peers tell us, there's something outside of you that's going to make you happy. Go look for it, go seek it. And when you get it, then you'll be happy. So that's the cultural program and conditioning. So we have to avoid that and stay rooted in our true self by not striving. All of our striving should simply be directed against this impulse to go and seek outside of ourselves and never find the answer. Okay, So any other thoughts you want to share on that?
It's very clear.
Yeah, I mean, the
Yeah.
text is actually very clear. A lot of people struggle with it. They say, well, it's very dense, but when you break it down, most of the time he's very clear, very explicit. It's a very simple clear message.
Yes.
But you can't really deny it. It's like it's unambiguous. There's not ambiguity and equivocation. It's a very clear, right? It's this and it's not that. It's telling you very clearly. This is what's going to work, and this is what's not going to work.
But there appears to be a lot of separate selves happy enough in their sort of littleness, whether it's their fancy cars or, their holidays or their happy families.
Yeah, it's a very temporary satisfaction.
Yeah.
It doesn't last. Your holidays don't last. The car, you get a new car that wears off. Any special relationship doesn't last. Not permanent. It's not eternal. You're seeking in that special relationship a substitute for the love that you've denied, the love of God, which is eternal, that you've denied.
Yeah.
And of course, it's going to disappoint you eventually, even if your special relationship lasts, 60, 70 years. I have parents who now, not 60 years they've been married, but sooner or later, that one of them is going to die.
Yeah.
Inevitable. And then they separate it. And then they feel the loss. So it's not eternal. So it will ultimately disappoint you because nothing here lasts. So it might be for a while to be okay.
Well, I suppose at least it had 60 happy years in the little self.
60 maybe not so happy years.
Well, who knows?
Well, yeah.
What appears,
it's not all roses. No special relationship is all roses.
No.
At all. So a lot of ego, a lot of compromise, and you go, well, is that really happiness? Or was it a delusion of happiness?
Right.
They thought they were happy, but actually settling for, again, we settle. Another way of pursuing littleness is pursuing a special relationship instead of a holy one.
Right.
So we settle for the littleness of a special relationship rather than the magnitude of divine love. Most people do that in their lives. They never find God in the divine. And they settle for, well, I've got love in a special relationship. And that's, again, a big cultural program. Go seek a mate. You need to find someone, to spend your life with, a life partner. And that's what you do. Everyone does it.
And then they have 2.2 children.
2.2 children and, earn a salary of whatever it is. And, that is, okay, well, we need a car, and that's life in this world. And yes, you're saying that's all littleness. You're seeking that and you're thinking that's going to content you. And it never will, because the only thing that's going to content you is the eternal, is true reality. Your source is the only thing that's going to content you. And none of this is ever going to work. So why bother? Why go seeking it and spending your whole life seeking these things that are seemingly going to make you happy, but disappoint you time and time again?
Yeah.
He asks us to look honestly at our lives and says, anything that you sought, that you desired, ever made you happy permanently?
No.
It hasn't. It's obvious. It doesn't work. You might get a sense of a temporary satisfaction, but it's very temporary. It doesn't last.
Yeah. Comes and goes.
It comes and it goes, and very transient, very transitory, temporary. There's nothing permanent about it. And then once it wears off, then you feel that same dissatisfaction. This is what the Buddha noticed. He said, desire is the source of dissatisfaction. So you keep desiring, you temporarily satisfy it. You might feel a little bit less dissatisfied, but the underlying dissatisfaction isn't healed. So then it returns. The dissatisfaction, the unhappiness returns until you understand that the problem is your desire. You are desiring something outside of yourself which belittles you. And you have to stop doing that in order to claim the magnitude that you really are. As soon as you desire something outside of yourself, I don't know why that's gone there. That was just the ego's littleness trying to jump in. The world obscuring the truth.
Yeah, and all the news, I know, attacks in
And
Nottingham.
that's all littleness.
Yeah.
You know, it's all forms of littleness that we seek to content ourselves. Even if someone's done something great in the world, you know, someone's, this is Novak Djokovic just won the French Open. So what? Does that actually make him permanently happy? Because he's going, okay, what's the next tournament? So one, okay, so I have a moment, probably has a day or two off where he goes, okay, you know,
glory.
In the glory. Oh, okay, I won, great, I feel satisfied. Okay, now it's the next one. What's the next tournament? So
Pressure.
always the restlessness. Okay, now I've got to go competing again, playing again to compete to win my next trophy. It's never ending. Where's the contentment? Where's the true satisfaction?
Well, you'll enjoy it probably temporarily, like you say, maybe enjoying the.
Yeah, there'll be a temporary, like, that's why they do it. They get a rush. Wow, you know, I won again, hold the trophy. Everyone's like, wow, you know, you're the best tennis player in the world. And it's like, okay, moment of glory. And then it's like, okay, now I've got to get up the next day. And so what? Same day, just another
back
day.
to just the humdrum.
You know, back to training, back to like, yeah, I've got to go hit thousands of balls a day to win.
To get the
practice to win my next trophy.
Yeah.
And you know, so that's the ego's program. And then, you know, it's the next and the next, and eventually it comes to an end. You know, he's now nearing retirement. That's all going to come to an end. And all he's got, all he has is memories then.
And money.
Memories and
plenty of money.
Okay, so yeah, but is that really the source of true happiness?
Oh no, but I guess it's, if you're in the separate self, it's not a bad place to be.
Yeah, but
no, it's not.
But it's settling for less. You see, yes.
Well, it's still littleness, but not
in this world. You know, whatever you do is striving for littleness. That's the message of this. Whatever you do, you want to go and become a tennis champion. I wanted to be a squash champion. It was littleness. I didn't realize it at the time. But it was a form of littleness that could never have contented me, even if I'd achieved it.
But we still need to follow our blueprint. You know, we have our sort of place in the world, which gives us a purpose of what comes from our heart. So you, a squash player, me, animals, whatever it is, we still have our blueprint.
But don't think that is going to bring you satisfaction. You see?
Oh, no, I don't. No, I don't think that. No.
So it's about saying, yeah, yes, that was all part of a journey. I'm not sad I did it. It was part of learning, but I realized in hindsight that was never going to make me happy. Even if I'd achieved it, I didn't achieve it. You know, I failed, and so I was disappointed. But even if I had become a world champion, it still wouldn't have made me happy. It would have been the same. Yeah. Okay, now it's the next thing and the next thing, and the whole. I found the whole, competitive world. Because it's a win-lose, very stressful. Like, well, every time you go out and you play, everything's seemingly at stake. Your whole identity, if you identify with the character, is now at stake, and that's very
not nice.
Very destabilizing, and I didn't understand a lot of these emotions at the time, but now having experienced them and studied, and you understand, okay, well, it was striving for something and belittling myself in the process, and I didn't realize that I was doing it. I thought, well, if I become a world champion, that's going to be something great, that's going to be something really good to do with my life. But actually, it was just another form of littleness. But it takes a lot of learning to learn that, doesn't it? Because the world
Oh yeah.
taught
Yes,
that.
very
The
much.
world teaches you that you need some kind of goal. And, the bigger, the better. Go for a big, hairy, impossible goal. And, when you achieve it, then you'll be happy and you'll be satisfied and everyone will look up to you. And, now I realize it was all illusion. And that it could never have made me happy. And the only thing that'll make you happy is accepting who you really are. The truth of who you are, beyond the illusions. Okay, so I asked you earlier, if you want to read
I
that,
asked you.
the original and the alternatives, but to translate there.
I asked you earlier, would you be a hostage to the ego or host to God? I can't see the alternative.
Yeah, go down.
Yeah. I asked you earlier, would you be hostage to the belief in separation or host to pure formless awareness, perfect love?
So maybe we can just skip that and say,
Oh, I didn't put it in the personal.
yeah, okay, we'll leave it. Yesha asked,
Would I be hostage? Yeah, rather than you.
so do I? She asked me earlier, no, because it's a question. Do you want to be hostage to the belief in separation or host to pure formless awareness of perfect love?
Yeah. Do I want to be hostage?
No, do you? Because he asked me, do you?
Oh, yes. Right,
We
right.
keep that. Always say, do I
Yes.
want to be hostage? But I think we'll keep
Yeah.
the question. Because he
Okay,
did ask this question in one of the previous sections. Yeah.
okay. Let this question be asked me by the remembrance of oneness every time I make a decision.
So
Let this question be asked.
let's say a phrase that's a bit clumsy. I let the remembrance of perfect love ask this question, ask me this question.
This question every time I make a decision.
And say, I let my remembrance of perfect love ask me this question every time I make a decision. Yeah, so it's a good reminder. Do I want to be hostage to the belief in separation or host to pure formless awareness of perfect love?
Yeah. For every decision I make does answer this and invites sorrow or joy accordingly. When pure formless awareness of perfect love gave itself to me in my extension, it established me as a host to it forever. It has not left me, and I have not left it. All my attempts to deny its magnitude and make its extension a hostage to the belief in separation cannot make little whom pure formless awareness of love has joined with itself.
Cannot make me little. Make me join with itself. That's all.
Every decision I make is for the state of pure formless awareness or for victimhood, and brings me the awareness of what I decided for.
And suffering. So every decision you make is for heaven or for hell. Brings me the decision of what I decided for. Kind of obvious, and you're stating all this, but if I decide for something, then obviously I'm going to have that experience.
Yeah.
So I must, if I want a different experience, I must make a different decision. It's not the experience that must change first, it's my decision that must change. And so reality is inside out, not outside in. It's not dictated to me by the external environment. It's my decision about what I want that determines my experience. Do I want littleness or do I want magnitude? Do I want heaven, state of pure formless awareness, or victimhood and suffering? Should be a no-brainer. You go, well,
Yeah.
who in their right mind would choose victimhood and suffering? But we do all the time.
Because we've been conditioned, we've been so conditioned.
We don't realize we're making a choice. See, we don't realize that our separate self, the consequences of choosing to be a separate self is victimhood and suffering. We don't realize that. We think that the victimhood and suffering is imposed upon us by an external world that has nothing to do with our choices. That's the delusion. Oh, I'm just a victim, it's happening to me. That's the victim's mindset. No, it's happening because you made a series of choices to be a separate self that have enslaved you, and now the world is just reflecting that back to you. And so to change that, change your status of victimhood and suffering, you must change your mind. Seek not to change the world, says Yeshua, but seek to change your mind about the world. When you change your mind about the world, you also change your mind about yourself, because the two are one. Perception of the world is a direct result of your self-concept, your perception of who you think you are. So change yourself, that's always the key. Change your thoughts, change your emotions, you change your world. You change the state of victimhood and suffering, you exchange it for one of peace, happiness and joy. So letting go is the decision to let go of victimhood and suffering and to accept your magnitude. Love and the peace and the joy that come with it. And it brings you the awareness of what you decided for. So again, very key to understand that forgiveness is a choice. Choice to deny the illusion and to accept reality instead. Every time you forgive or let go, you make a choice. You cut away one reality and you embrace another. And that's the way that we choose state of pure formless awareness and perfect love again, through this process called forgiveness or letting go, cutting away the one option, the false, and embracing the true through the process of forgiveness or letting go. Okay. Anything else you want to read that? Can you read that from the top for us?
Yeah. Yeshua asked me earlier, do you want to be hostage to the belief in separation or host to pure formless awareness of perfect love? I let my remembrance of perfect love ask me this question every time I make a decision. For every decision I make does answer this question, invites sorrow or joy accordingly. When pure formless awareness of perfect love gave itself to me in my extension, it established me as host to it forever. It has not left me, and I have not left it. All my attempts to deny its magnitude and make its extension hostage to the belief in separation, cannot make me, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love has joined with itself, little. Every decision I make is for the state of pure formless awareness or for victimhood and suffering, and brings me the awareness of what I decided for.
Okay. So any other, what's he saying there? We discussed it a bit. But
Just the key is we have a choice, a decision to make between pure formless awareness or the separate self. And we can be a hostage to the separate self or host to the pure formless awareness. And we can, decide to be in the separate self of victimhood and suffering, or we can decide to choose pure formless awareness and be in joy. So we can invite either sorrow or joy, whichever we choose. The matter of choice.
Yeah. And we will live by the choice we make.
Yeah.
Okay. So, hi, John.
Hi, Jono. Hi, Elaine.
Oh, hi. Hi, John.
Welcome. I think we probably need the next shift. Elaine, you said you had to go.
Yeah, well, I can listen in for a little bit, but I'm going to go and get a drink of water. I've got a dry throat with all the talking.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I can listen in for a bit, but yeah, thanks, John. That's great timing.
Good.
Yeah. So we've got another 7 paragraphs to go
Okay.
of this. So
Yeah.
you want to read the original, bit of translation, and then the
What's the
alternative.
section, Jono?
So this is section 3 of chapter 15.
Oh, okay. Okay.
It's called Littleness versus Magnitude.
Okay.
So
Okay.
we're
Yeah. Okay.
6th paragraph. This is the 6th paragraph we're at 2. Yeah.
Okay.
So you want to read the number 6. I'm just going to turn on some light while you do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Just in the original and then in the the alternative.
Yeah. The Holy Spirit can hold your magnitude, clean of all littleness, clearly and in perfect safety in your mind, untouched by every little gift the world of littleness would offer you. The remembrance of oneness can hold your magnitude, clean of all its littleness, clearly and in perfect safety in your mind, untouched by every little gift the world of littleness would offer you. But for this you cannot side against him in what he wills for you. But for this you cannot side against it in what it wills for you.
Yeah, so we must translate the just do it in the personal, in the first
Oh,
person,
yes.
and
Yeah,
hold
yeah,
my.
yeah. Now, my magnitude, clean of all, littleness, clear and perfect safety, in my mind, untouched by every little gift the world of littleness would offer me. But for this, I cannot side against it in what it wills for me. Number 3, decide for God through him. Decide for pure formless awareness, of perfect love through it.
I decide.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah.
I must decide for pure formless awareness, perfect love through it.
For littleness and the belief that you can be, I'm just going back to the original. For littleness and the belief that you can be content with littleness are decisions you make about yourself. For littleness and the belief that I can be content with littleness are decisions I make about myself. Power and the glory that lie in you from God are for all who, like you, perceive themselves as little and believe that littleness can be blown up into a sense of magnitude that can content them. The power and the magnificence that lie in me from pure formless awareness of perfect love are for all who, like me, perceive themselves as little and believe that littleness can be blown up into a sense of magnitude that can content us. That doesn't sound right.
I can content them.
Content them.
All who like me perceive themselves as little, it can content them themselves, yeah. Okay, number 6.
Can I just read that one again?
Yeah.
What was it? Number 4. For the littleness and the power that I can content with. Oh, hang on, it was number 5. The power and the magnificence that lie in me from pure formless awareness of perfect love are for all who, like me, perceive themselves as little and believe that littleness can be blown up into a sense of magnitude that can content them. Okay, yeah. Number 6, neither give littleness nor accept it. Or, and we could say, I neither give littleness nor accept it. All honor is due the host of perfect love. All honor is due to the host of perfect love. My littleness deceives me. My magnitude comes from it which dwells in me. My littleness deceives me, but my magnitude comes from it which dwells in me and in which I dwell. Yes, okay. Touch no
We
one.
should say the presence, it which, the presence which, it was. Is that better?
My magnitude comes from the presence which dwells. Yeah, yeah,
Better, yeah.
yeah.
Dwells in me and in which I dwell.
Touch no one then with littleness in the name of your true self, eternal host of its source. Oh, therefore I touch no one with littleness in the name of my true self. Therefore, I touch no one with littleness in the name of my true self, eternal host of its source.
Now, you want to read that from the top?
Yeah.
Make sure we're good with the translation.
The remembrance of perfect love can hold my magnitude clean of all littleness, clearly and in perfect safety in my mind, untouched by every little gift the world of littleness can offer me. But for this, I cannot side against it in what it wills for me. I must decide for pure formless awareness of perfect love through it. But littleness and the belief that I can be content with littleness are decisions I make about myself. The power and the magnificence that lie in me from pure formless awareness of perfect love are for all who, like me, perceive themselves as little and believe that littleness can be blown up into a sense of magnitude that can content them. I neither give littleness nor accept it. All honor is due to the host of perfect love. My littleness deceives me, but my magnitude comes from the presence which dwells in me and in which I dwell. Therefore, I touch no one with littleness in the name of my true self, eternal host of its source.
Okay, so what's he saying there in summary?
Is encouraging us not to play small and to tune into the magnificence and power that can come through to us when we connect with Holy Spirit, or the remembrance of oneness.
Not to be deceived. So littleness takes grandiose forms. We were talking earlier of like someone like Donald Trump, because he's a good example of grandiosity.
Yes.
Seeking some kind of magnitude in littleness. Because he's achieved things on the level of form. Most people are, oh wow, billionaire, he's become president of the United States, he's been a billionaire, he's had multiple different affairs, lots of sexual pleasure, drugs, the whole story. And yet, is he happy? Actually, he's a very little person.
Yeah.
There's no sense of any kind of greatness,
No.
greatness about him, is there? It's very little.
Yeah.
He doesn't have the greatness of a someone like take some other presidents, Abraham Lincoln, John F. Kennedy. There was something that transcended the little.
Yeah.
Because they stood for values that were eternal. There was something about what they stood for that was more than just the self-aggrandizement.
Yeah.
And that's what that's the mark of greatness or littleness. Do you stand for values that are eternal, that are beyond this world, or not? And he clearly hasn't. He stood for worldly values, which are very temporary and lead to a lack of integrity in many respects.
Yeah.
And so he won't go down in history as a great president. And there've been very few great presidents because most of them are little. They have a little foot system.
Yeah.
There's no sort of expansive. Okay, it's about the right values. I want to be known for holding to those values no matter what.
Yeah. Well, it's probably been half a dozen.
What, US presidents?
Of integrity and stature.
Yeah, possibly. It's arguable, but yeah. There was some kind of deeper value system. That's really what makes someone great, magnitude or little. A deeper value system that rests not just on this world, but on eternal values that do not change. You look at, the last century, people like Nelson Mandela and Gandhi and who else stands out? Martin Luther King.
Yeah.
These were people who stood for eternal values. It was something beyond the world that they stood for, and they had integrity to stand, in that, against the littleness of the world, and to their personal cost. Often Nelson Mandela went to prison, and so did Gandhi for a time, and Martin Luther and Gandhi got assassinated. So you stand in the magnitude, and the world takes you out often. But it doesn't matter, because what they stood for was transcendent and eternal. So they will be remembered for a long, long time for what they stood for.
Oh, yeah.
Whereas someone like Donald Trump will not be remembered. He'll be remembered for the wrong reasons, for what he stood for.
Yeah.
The world of illusion, the world of the temporary, the form, which had no substance and no integrity. So just demonstrations of these principles that we can see in the world, littleness versus magnitude. You only have to look, and you can see the demonstrations of people and how they've chosen to live their lives, as to whether they chose littleness or magnitude. And if they chose littleness consistently, even if they seem to have achieved great things, then those things are illusory. They're not great at all. And if they chose magnitude consistently over years and years, then you see that their life takes on that quality of greatness, and they are remembered then in history as a so-called great person. Which actually is what everyone yearns for. What Donald Trump would probably desire more than ever was to be called a great president, a great statesman, but he never will be unless he changes his mind.
Yeah.
Now it's too late. I think he's not going to have another chance.
Yeah.
He had his moment, and because his mindset, his leopard doesn't change its spots overnight. His mindset, his whole life, had been seeking littleness. He couldn't just suddenly flip flop and change into a great, president. It's not going to happen.
I don't think there's any non-great presidents that got re-elected, actually. I think it's only the great ones that have ever been re-elected.
Really? Okay, interesting. Well,
Oh.
Well, I guess that there's nothing sustainable. It's not if there's not some eternal values behind it, then by definition it's not sustainable. So the promises are very short-lived. They get elected on a promise, and then people go, well, you didn't deliver on your promise. And Trump was elected on the ticket of we'll make America three things: we'll make America safe, we'll make America great, and we'll make America rich. Okay, those was very simple three kind of egoic promises, and he failed in all three of them.
Yeah.
No, he wasn't re-elected, and I think people saw through him. He was actually a national embarrassment. Saw the way he behaved with the Queen and stuff. People were just like, "Oh my God, we can't get this guy out there." Apparently, he chucked a sweet to Angela Merkel. It was the Chancellor of Germany, and he said, "Oh, he chucks a sweet to her," and he says, "Don't say I never give you anything, Angela." He chucks her a sweet. It's just like, oh my God, it's like, where did you find this guy?
Yeah.
So it was, just a good example. Not that we're crucifying Donald Trump, but it's a good example of a thought system, an extreme example. And so you can learn from extreme examples of these principles in action. You can see them, that it doesn't actually work in practice.
Well, it'll be interesting to see, because Donald Trump's trying to make a comeback. So is Boris Johnson, and
he's trying to run for president again.
for Prime Minister. Well, he's trying to, he's creating a lot of fuss in the Conservative Party and trying to right,
Yeah.
starting to
They,
make
they just don't know when to retire gracefully. You
no.
It's like, just lie down and go away. Go away now. We don't want you anymore. You've had your chance. You blew it. Anyway.
But
yeah,
according to these principles, neither will get back in.
no, I very much doubt
Yeah.
they'll get back in, because unless there's a fundamental shift in mindset, which it doesn't appear to be, it's just more of the same. So, well, why would people believe that they'll bring something different to the party this time? It's the same. It's the same character. And there'll always be people who, there'll always be some people who taken in, and they'll have their supporters. But anyone with some awareness of what's true, and therefore what's integrous, will go, no, I just don't buy it. It's a con. So you're trying to come back, and it's just going to be more of the same. You're disappointed before. Has anything really changed? No. So it's likely to be disappointing again in the future, because there's nothing of real substance there. The person does not have a deep-seated, integrous value system. So then, of course, what's going to come is littleness, because they're valuing littleness, so they can only produce little. It's a bit like saying an apple tree can suddenly start producing figs or something. It's not going to happen. Its nature is to produce apples.
Yeah.
In this case, quite rotten ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so in this season, interesting, we're in Christmas.
Yes. This season, Christmas, which celebrates the birth of holiness into this world, join with me who decided for holiness for you. In this season, Christmas, which celebrates the birth of holiness into this world, join with me who decided for pure formless awareness. This season, Christmas, which celebrates the birth of innocence into this world, join with Jeshua,
Yeah.
Jeshua, who decided for pure formless awareness for me. It is our task together to restore the awareness of magnitude to the host with whom God appointed for himself. It is our task together to restore the awareness of magnitude to the host whom pure formless awareness of perfect love appointed for itself. It is beyond all your littleness to give the gift of God, but not beyond you. It is beyond all my littleness to give the gift of perfect love, but not beyond my...
Not beyond me.
Not beyond me. But God would give himself through you. For pure formless awareness of perfect love would give itself through me. He reaches from you to everyone and beyond everyone to his son's creations, but without leaving you. It reaches from me to everyone and beyond everyone to its extensions, but without leaving me. Far beyond your little world, but still in you, he extends forever. Far beyond my little world, but still in me, it extends forever. Yet he brings all his extensions to you as host to him. Yet, as host to it, pure formless awareness of perfect love brings all its extensions to me.
Okay, I'll read that from the top.
In this season, Christmas, which celebrates the birth of innocence into this world, join with Jeshua, who decided for pure formless awareness for me.
I join. Sorry, I needs to be I join.
Oh yes, I
I
join.
choose. I choose to join with Yeshua.
Yes, yes, good.
I need a comma there. You decide.
Yes, yeah. Well, it looks
You
good.
need a comma there. You
Yeah.
decide for pure formless awareness for me. Oh,
It is our task together to restore the awareness of magnitude to the host, from pure formless awareness of perfect love appointed for itself.
it's going to change that to innocence. You decided for innocence, because then it relates to the previous point, innocence. You decided for innocence for me.
Oh yes, that's good. Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
Hmm.
It is our task together to restore the awareness of magnitude to the host, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love appointed for itself. It is
Look at
beyond.
the original, pointed for itself, and God appointed for himself. Restore the awareness of magnitude to the host, and God appointed for himself. So the host is me. It's a small h. Restore the awareness of magnitude to the host. Should really be capital, I think. To the host, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love appointed. For itself, pointed that host for itself. Suppose to host itself. Yeah. Is there a better way of saying it? In pure formless awareness of perfect love. Pointed for itself. How about infused with itself? Or imbued? Infused, imbued. What do you think?
Views. I quite like that.
Imbued with itself. Okay, carry on. It's beyond. You happy with that?
Yeah. Or pure formless awareness of perfect love would give itself through me. It reaches from me to everyone and beyond everyone to its extensions, but without leaving. Far beyond my little world, but still in me, it extends forever. Yet as host to it, pure formless awareness of perfect love brings all its extensions to me.
All his extensions to me. Okay, so you want to read it cleanly from the top again. Sorry about that. Third time.
In this season, Christmas, which celebrates the birth of innocence into this world, I choose to join with Jeshua, who decided for innocence for me. It is our task together to restore the awareness of magnitude to the host, whom pure formless awareness of perfect love imbued with itself. It is beyond all my littleness to give the gift of perfect love, but not beyond me. Pure formless awareness of perfect love wants to give itself through me. It reaches from me to everyone and beyond everyone to its extensions, but without leaving me. Far beyond my little world, but still in me, it extends forever. Yet, as host to it, pure formless awareness of perfect love brings all its extensions to me.
Okay, so what's he saying there in summary?
is saying that at this time of year, which is Christmas, and the time of innocence, he's encouraging us to unite with pure formless awareness and its purity, and let go of our littleness and merge into its magnificence, to then extend that magnificence to those who we come into contact.
So as it reaches from me, from my source, your formless awareness of perfect love, to me, it also then extends from me to others.
Yeah.
In the same way. And brings all its extensions to me. So interesting, it has extensions here in the original. He brings all his extensions.
Yeah, he does use that sometimes.
As host to him. So those extensions would be things like love, peace, and joy. His extensions are experienced as emotions, states of being, of like things like love, peace, and joy. So I've capitalized them because its extensions, it's extended by source, then it's capitalized. As host to it, is all its extensions. So whenever we want to go host. So capital H, because it's in the same order as the Christ. And the Christ is the host to God. That's capitalized, or the self, capital self. Okay, so happy with number 7?
Yep. Is it a sacrifice to leave littleness behind and wander not in vain? Is it a sacrifice to leave littleness behind and not wander in vain? It is not sacrifice to wake to glory. It is not sacrifice to become aware of magnificence. But it is sacrifice to accept anything less than glory. But it is sacrifice to accept anything less than magnificence. Learn that you must be worthy of the Prince of Peace, born in you in honor of this peaceful presence you host. I learn that I must be worthy of the Prince of Peace, born in me in honor of this peaceful presence I host. I do not know what love means because I have sought to purchase it with little gifts, thus valuing it too little to understand its magnitude. Love is not little, and love dwells in me, for I am host to it. Before the greatness that lives in me, my poor appreciation of myself and all the little offerings I give slip into nothing.
Okay, so read that from the top.
Is it a sacrifice to leave littleness behind and not wander in vain? It is not sacrifice to become aware of magnificence, but it is sacrifice to accept anything less than magnificence. I learn that I must be worthy of the Prince of Peace, born in me in honor of this peaceful presence I host. I do not know what love means because I have sought to purchase it with little gift, so valuing it too little to understand its magnitude. Love is not little, and love dwells in me, for I am host to it. Before the greatness that lives in me, my poor appreciation of myself and all the little offerings I give slip into nothingness.
Can we just rearrange that sentence? Let's read that last sentence.
My poor appreciation of myself and all the little offerings I give slip into nothingness before the greatness that lives in me.
I think it's a bit better than the original. Okay, so what's he saying?
I assume that Prince of Peace is the Holy Spirit. Is that correct?
The Prince of Peace is Yeshua. That was one of his titles.
Ah, okay.
So in Isaiah, written in the Old Testament, there was this prophecy that the Messiah would come, and he would be called, one of the epithets.
Ah, yes.
So he's referring to the biblical name for him, one of the biblical names, prophetic name, is the Prince of Peace.
Yeah. So he's saying here that we must, that it's hardly of any significance to leave behind our littleness. It's just not worthy of being kept. And we can go forth into our magnificence as long as we don't accept anything less. And we've learned many times that we cannot know love through all the meanderings and chasing that we've done in the world. And it's time to value our magnificence and head towards that. And reunite with the love that is within all of us.
They're saying we've really valued ourselves way too little.
Yeah.
All the little offerings I give my separate self, because those are the little offerings that the separate self wants. So whenever you desire anything in this world, anything external to you, whether it's an object, a possession, a person, a special relationship, an achievement, it's all the little offerings you give your separate self. And he's saying, just let those slip away into nothingness before the greatness that lives within me. This magnificence, this sense of an eternal, unchangeable, essence that is unchanging, permanent. And there's something, again, we use language to try and describe what's indescribable, but there's something magnificent and transcendent and great about that. Language doesn't really do it justice, but we try and capture what that feels like in language, as opposed to the littleness of the ego. And language, doesn't really do it justice, but we have to try and describe the difference in these thought systems and in these feelings. And they do feel very different, there's no doubt. And we have this vocabulary of greatness and using words like glory and magnitude for what spirit brings, and littleness and for appreciation and so on for the ego. Okay, so anything else to add there?
No, that's good.
So we need to, upgrade our value of ourselves and value ourselves a lot more than we're doing currently.
Yeah. Holy child of God, when will you learn that only holiness can content you and give you peace? Remember that you learn not for yourself alone, no more than I did.
So do you want to translate as we go?
Yeah, sorry.
The extension of
Holy extension of pure formless awareness, when will you learn that only pure formless awareness can content me and give me peace?
say
I
when will
I,
the holy
yes, good. When
in this
will I,
extension of pure formless awareness learn that only pure formless awareness can content me and give me peace? Number two.
Number two, remember that you learn not for yourself alone, no more than I did. Remember that I learned not for myself alone, no more than it did. It is because I learn for you that you can learn of me.
Number it, let's just see.
Oh yeah.
Not no more than I did. Okay. No more than Yeshua did. Remember that I did not learn for myself, no more than Yeshua did. It is because
I learned for you.
he learned for me.
Yeah. This is because he learned for me. Does that need to be a capital H? He learned.
No, because it's Yeshua is referring to.
Ah, yes, okay. It is because he learned from me that I can learn of it.
Of him.
Yeah, yeah. Because
So that me becomes him.
Yeah.
Because he's thinking about himself then. Because he learned from me that I can learn of him. For me that I can learn maybe instead of him, from him, that I can learn from him. So he learned for me.
Yeah.
So he was the way shower. He learned for all of us. He learned a lesson.
Yeah.
He became the example of what we can all be, the Christ, who's learned his lessons fully, has awakened, and then he becomes the example human being. Because one human being's done it, we can all do it.
Yeah.
He learned from me that I can learn from him. Yeah.
Number 4, I would but teach you what is yours, so that together we can replace the shabby littleness that binds the host of God to guilt and weakness with the glad awareness of the glory that is in him. He would only teach me what is mine, so that together we can replace the shabby littleness that binds the host of perfect love to guilt, a weakness with the glad awareness of the magnificence that is in you.
Yeah. Yeah.
My birth in you is your awakening to grandeur. My birth in you, his birth in me is my awakening to awareness.
To grandeur.
To grandeur, sorry. Welcome me not into a manger, but into the foundation to pure formless awareness, where pure formless awareness abides in perfect peace.
Now, wouldn't it be so interesting if Christmas time, everyone read this instead of the normal Christmas story, Christmas carols?
Yeah.
Understand the true message of Christmas.
Yeah.
Do not welcome him into a manger, but into the foundation to pure formless awareness. Pure formless awareness abides perfect peace. It's the altar to holiness, which is pure formless awareness. It's the foundation of, shall we say, foundation of pure formless awareness, where pure formless awareness lives in perfect peace. My kingdom.
My kingdom is not of this world because it is in you. My state of mind is not of this world because it is in me.
So he is my kingdom. So kingdom. So kingdom is the state of awareness. And so this is state of awareness, not of this world, because it is in
Me. And you come from your source. I come from my source. Let us join in honoring you, honoring me, who must remain forever beyond littleness.
And so let me join with Yesha in honoring me, honoring my true self. Must remain forever beyond. Okay. So you want to read that from the top, John?
When will I, the innocent extension of pure formless awareness, learn that only pure formless awareness can content me and give me peace? Remember that I do not learn for myself alone, no more than Jeshua did. It is because he learned from me that I can learn from him. He wants only to teach me what is mine, so that together we can replace the shabby littleness that binds the host to perfect love, to guilt and weakness, with the glad awareness of the magnificence that is in me. His birth in me is my awakening to grandeur. I do not welcome him into a manger, but into the foundation of pure formless awareness, where pure formless awareness lives in perfect peace. Jeshua's state of awareness is not of this world because it is in me. And I come from my source. Let me join with Jeshua in honoring my true self, which must remain beyond littleness forever.
Okay, so what's he saying here?
I would do well to realize that when I join with pure formless awareness, I am not just doing it for myself, but I am also doing it for the benefit of many of my companions. What I learn is also learned by my Jeshua. Spirit only wants to teach us what is ours and show us that littleness is absolutely not part of us, our true self. So it wants us to reach out for our true magnificence and grandeur.
And he becomes the reminder
Yeah.
of that he's the example, the way shower that shows me the way to my own true self, my own innocence. I think most people miss that point. You know, there's some kind of hero worship going on, that he's put on a pedestal. He's the only son of God. You know, he died for our sins. Not actually, he's just there as an example of someone who's done what I can do. Because he's done it, it means it's possible for me to do.
Yeah.
And so let me stretch myself to become as he was. You know, let me become the Christ. Let me claim the magnificence that's within me as he did, and live it as he did, demonstrate it. Not, you know, worship him as some kind of demigod. Have, you know, this whole festival dedicated to the birth of one person because he's so special. No, that's not what it's about. It's a misinterpretation. It's a symbol of the birth of this pure formless awareness of perfect love into the world, and how it can come into a man, a person, and transform them, and ultimately help us to transcend all littleness, all suffering, all pain, and death itself. That's what he stood for. That's what he's showing us. So he's saying, well, you can have the same power as I had, beyond littleness forever. He said in the Bible, you know, you shall do these things that I have done, and even greater things than I've done. So he wasn't limiting us. He was asking us to stretch to magnitude and grandeur, and go beyond the ego's limitations entirely. All right. Anything else?
No, that's good. I like that. Decide with me who has decided to abide. Decide with me who has decided to abide with you. I will as my. Okay.
Translate as we go. Decide with
me. I decide
I choose to side with
Joshua, who has decided to abide with me, to live with me. I choose to decide with Joshua, who has decided to live with me. I will as my Father wills, knowing his will is constant and at peace forever with itself. I will as my source wills, knowing its will is constant and at peace forever with itself.
Is that him talking? So he wills. He wills as our source wills, knowing its will.
Knowing its will is constant and at peace forever with itself. You will be content with nothing but his will. I will be content with nothing but its will. Accept no less, remembering that everything I learned is yours. I accept no less, remembering that everything he learned is mine. What my source loves, I love as it does, and I can no more accept it as what it is not than it can be. What my source loves, I love as it does, and I can no more accept it as what it is not than it can. And no more can I.
So maybe we can simplify it. I cannot accept it as what is not, but it needs to know more to make it into the second part of the sentence. Yeah. Okay, so I can no more accept it as what it is not than it can. I can't accept it, accept a false version of it, accept it as what it is not, then it can. Accept a false version of it, would that be better, or just keep it as what it is not? No more accept it. So we're talking about him. No more accept it. Oh, hang on. So it's a small it. My Father loves, I love as he does. I can no more accept it as what it is not than he can. Father loves, I love as he does. I can no more accept it as what he loves. No more accept what he loves as what it is not than he can. And no more can I. Okay. Maybe instead of it, we say no more accept what it loves as what how about we simplify it as unloving. And
Yes,
no more accept what it loves as unloving than it can. I think that's simpler, yeah?
that's a lot better.
Yeah. And no more can I. I can no more accept what it loves as unloving than it can, and no more can I. Right, so it's almost tautological. He's repeated himself.
Yeah.
And no more accept what it loves as unloving than it can, and no more can I. And I. So I cannot belittle myself any longer. How about that? It's a much stronger statement.
Yeah, it is. It's clearer.
So I cannot belittle myself any longer by accepting what it loves as unloving. So if I think I'm unloving, I'm unlovable, as we saw with the naming your game exercise in the Art of Letting Go course, then I'm belittling myself, and I'm accepting for myself what is not true, what my source is not aware of.
Yeah.
I cannot do this to myself anymore. I cannot belittle myself any longer. Okay, so when I've learned to accept
When I have learned to accept what I am, I will make no more gifts to offer to myself. For Joshua will know who I will know I am complete, in need of nothing. I'm completely in need of nothing, unable to accept anything for myself. but I will gladly give, having received. The host of perfect love need not seek to find anything.
So let's just personalize it. I as the host of perfect love need not seek to find anything. So it's pointing to a state where we've transcended desire. And there's no more desires of the separate self. Do you want to read that from the top?
I choose to decide with Joshua, who has decided to live with me. He wills as our source wills, knowing its will is constant and at peace forever with itself. I will be content with nothing but its will. I will accept no less, remembering that everything he learned is mine. What my source loves, I love as it does. And I can no more accept what it loves as unloving than it can. And so I cannot belittle myself any longer. When I have learned to accept what I am, I will make no more gifts to offer to myself, for I will know I am complete, in need of nothing and unable to accept anything for myself. But I will gladly give, having received. I, as the host of perfect love, need not seek to find anything.
Yeah, so what's he saying there? Summary.
He's saying that we are deciding to decide with Joshua, who is within us. And we will never be content until we have done so. We don't want any more lies. We only want what is ours in truth. And we do not want to belittle ourselves any longer.
Yeah, and he just becomes the example of that. So, Christmas should be a time of dedicating our minds again to being the Christ that we truly are. And Yeshua is just a reminder of that.
Yeah.
And of course, that message has got completely lost over 2,000 years. Very few people realize, the true meaning of Christmas really is. So we get together. It's a holiday. We drink, eat, make merry, spend time with family. Not that that's necessarily a bad thing, but it's got nothing to do with accepting the Christ within you. Generally, it's so okay. Well, we have time to spend together. It's a holiday. It's like it's not taken as a rededication or a dedication to our true self and really living in that way. That message is missed completely by most people. So he's making it explicit. He's saying, well, this is what Christmas really means. And this is how you can perceive it correctly. Okay, anything else there on the 10?
No, that's good.
Okay, doing well. 2 more to go. And they're reasonably short, I think. Yeah, reasonably short ones. So number 11.
Sorry, John, I'll put myself on mute.
No
If
problem.
you are wholly willing to leave salvation to the plan of God and unwilling to attempt to grasp the peace yourself, salvation will be given you. If I am wholly willing to leave awakening to the plan of perfect love and unwilling to attempt to grasp the peace myself, I will awaken. Yet think not you can substitute your plan for his. Yet I do not think I can substitute my plan for its. Rather, join with me in his, that we may release all those who would be bound, proclaiming together that the Son of God is host to him. Rather, I join with Yeshua in his plan.
Its plan, or was it? Join with me in his. His is the plan of God. And I rather join with Yeshua in, how about we say, in perfect love's plan.
Oh yes, good. I
Better.
join with Jeshua, yeah. I join with Jeshua in perfect love's plan, so that we may release all those who would be bound, proclaiming together that the extension of perfect love is host to it.
Release all those who are still bound. And together, extension of perfect love's host to it, perfect love. Oh, you're still bound by their belief in separation.
So will we not let anyone forget what I would remember, and so will I remember it.
So we will not let anyone forget what I choose to remember. And so I will remember it. And that's what you remember it. Small it. That's what we like. You would remember. Get what I choose to remember, and so I will remember it. It being perfect love.
Oh, right.
Yeah, or it. So thus will we not let anyone forget what you would remember, thus will you remember it. But the it should be capitalized there, because what you're choosing to remember is your true self and perfect love, which is capitalized. Okay, so you want to read that from the top, in the alternative.
If I am wholly willing to leave awakening to the perfect plan of love and unwilling to attempt to grasp the peace myself, I will awaken.
And just read that again, John. So the plan of perfect love, not the.
Oh, right, okay.
You got that right.
If I am wholly willing to leave awakening to the plan of perfect love and unwilling to attempt to grasp for peace myself, I will awaken.
Maybe we should just say unwilling to grasp for peace myself.
Yeah.
Attempt to grasp. Unwilling to grasp for peace myself. Okay, so sorry, read it again.
If I am wholly willing to leave awakening to the plan of perfect love and unwilling to grasp for peace myself, I will awaken. Yet I do not think I can substitute my plan for its. Rather, I join with gesture in perfect love's plan, so that we may release all those who are still bound by their belief in separation, proclaiming together that the extension of perfect love is host to all. So, to it or host to it. So we will not let anyone forget what I choose to remember, and so I will remember it.
Yeah, so what's he saying here?
He's saying, if I let go of my personal attempts to find awakening and instead take his lead, I will achieve awakening.
Yeah, so he just becomes the way shower. He's telling us very clearly here. I'm the way shower, and Christmas is really just a reminder of that which I stood for. It's not the birth of the only Son of God into the world who died for the sins of the world. It's a reminder of my own potential as the Christ to become as he was. And so to rededicate myself to that task, my only function, which is to become as he was, identified completely with my true self as he was. And that message is by and large missed completely with Christmas. No one's talking about claiming your true self and awakening from the dream. Generally, it's just, oh well, it's a holiday. Let's have a holiday. Let's get together, take some time out, eat, drink, make merry. Not, spend time communing with my own deepest awareness and recognizing that I am that awareness.
Yes.
You won't do that by eating, drinking, and making merry, will you? In fact, quite the opposite. We should be fasting. Should be like, okay, so now it's a period of, fasting, of prayer, of going within, of, communing with the spirit, spending some time alone as well. And we've made it into something that's completely the opposite of that. So really a parody. It's a parody of what Christmas should be. And he's reminding us in these words, this is what it's actually about. It's a time to dedicate yourself to being who you really are, the Christ, and to the magnitude that you truly are, which Yeshua just symbolized. And don't worship him, say he's the only one. Say, no, I choose to become like him. As he was, so I am. And he said that very clearly, I am in you, you are in me, one. And he said, you shall do these things that I have done, and even greater things, because he understood that the potential was there in everyone to do these things. Didn't claim them especially for himself. Okay, so happy with number 11, last paragraph. Number 12, we've done pretty well, actually. That's been just over 2 hours, 2 hours, 20 minutes. So do 12 paragraphs.
Very good.
Oh, well, it's essential. Otherwise, it just ends up getting late. It's like, okay, you'll finish sometime before 12.
Yeah.
All right. So call forth in everyone.
Call forth in everyone only the remembrance of God and of the heaven that is in him. Call forth in everyone. I call forth in everyone only the remembrance of perfect love and of the state of pure formless awareness that is in me.
That is in
No, him.
them, I think.
Yes.
In him. That is in them, shall we say.
No.
Call forth in everyone only the remembrance of perfect love
Oh, yeah.
and state pure formless awareness that is in them.
Yeah. Okay. But where I want my companion to be, there will I think I am.
So as we judge them, we judge ourselves. That's
Do not hear. I do not hear its appeal to victimhood and littleness, but only their call for the state of pure formless awareness and greatness. I do not forget that its call is mine.
I do not or I will not.
No, no. Yep.
I will not.
Yeah, nice. I do not forget that its call is mine and answer it.
Their call we're talking about. So the original is Forget not that his call is yours. They're talking about his, and answer him with me. So will not forget that their call, being everyone, is mine. And I answer them with Yeshua.
Perfect love's power is forever.
Inside of its host.
Perfect love's power is forever on the side of its host, for it protects only the peace in which it dwells. I do not cover its holy function. I do not cover its holy foundation with littleness, which rises the stars, which rises above the stars and leads to the state of pure formless awareness because of what it is.
May not littleness before his holy altar. So I will not cover its innocent foundation. Lay not littleness before his holy altar. Will not cover its innocent foundation with littleness. Holy altar. Doesn't really work. Will not cover its innocent foundation, which arises above the stars and leads to the state of pure formless awareness because of what it is with littleness. Okay, I'm going to read that from the top.
I will call forth in everyone only the remembrance of perfect love and the state of pure formless awareness that is in them. For where I want my companion to be, there I will think I am. I will not hear their appeal to victimhood and littleness, but only their call for the state of pure formless awareness and greatness. I will not forget that their call is mine, and I answer them with Jeshua. Perfect love's power is forever on the side of its host, for it protects only the peace in which it dwells. I will not cover its innocent foundation, which rises above the stars and leads to the state of pure formless awareness because of what it is with littleness.
Okay. So what's he saying there?
Is saying that is encouraging us to call forth our connection with spirit and with God, because wherever I want my companions to be, yes, okay, let's start again. So he's saying, I quote, he's encouraging us to call forth the remembrance of spirit, to see spirit in our companions, and therefore in ourselves, and therefore we can see it in ourselves. No longer listen to the stories of victimhood and littleness, but only the greatness of pure forms of awareness. And perfect love's power is always on the side of our right-mindedness.
Protects only the peace in which it dwells. So I will not cover its magnificence and its innocence with all of the littleness that I believe in, and belittle myself anymore. Rather, I choose to claim who I really am, the magnificence of who I am, and the state of pure formless awareness that goes with that. And that's really, the essence of what he's saying here. It's a very simple message, but he says it over and over, and he says it in different ways to help us to try and accept it. Okay, so happy with number 12. So that brings us to the end. So we can do a little magic or miracle. Miracle, we'll call it. So I'm going to take all of that and I'll stick it into ChatGPT. And we'll kick out so we'll just kick out a summary, which we can read and then meditate on if you want. Okay, so it's annoying. Some reason Google Chrome keeps collapsing. Maybe I need to restart my computer. Yeah, so stick all that in there. I'll give it the instruction. Under 250 words. So the instruction is a summary of the text below. Under 250 words, keeping the sum in the first person, removing the numbers in Roman numerals. And then it should write it, which is just done. Just check that. All right, do you want to read the first summary?
I can never be content with littleness. Littleness is the offering I give myself, believing that it can satisfy me. However, when I strive for things in this world, thinking they will bring me peace, I am belittling myself and ignoring my true magnificence. Every choice I make is an evaluation of myself. And if I choose littleness, I will not experience peace because I judge myself as unworthy. I must accept that no form of illness can be ever content with me. I have a deep responsibility to myself, and I must always
just skipped out. I must accept that no form of littleness can ever contain me, and I'm free to try as many as I want.
Yes, I must accept that no form of littleness can ever content me, and I am free to try as many as I want. But it only delays my homecoming to magnitude, which is my true home.
Yeah.
I have a deep responsibility to myself, and I must always remember this. Every decision I make reflects what I think I am and the value I place upon myself. I must strive against littleness and protect my magnitude in this world. My true function is not little, and only by finding and fulfilling it can I escape from littleness. The remembrance of perfect love knows my true function and its magnitude. I don't have to strive for it before. I don't have to strive for it because I already have it. I must not search for the little and deny my true power. Perfect love wants its extension to have everything, and I cannot be content with less than that.
Which must be vigilant against littleness instead of strive against. Sounds like a sort of contradiction there, otherwise. I don't have to strive for it because I already have it. Yeah, carry on. Must not search for the little.
I must not search for the little and deny my true power. Perfect love wants its extension to have everything, and I cannot be content with less than that. During this season of Christmas, celebrating the birth of innocence into the world, I choose to join with Jeshua in restoring the awareness of magnitude to the host of perfect love. It is not sacrifice to leave littleness behind, but rather to accept nothing less than magnificence. Love is not little, and it dwells within me as the host to it. I must learn that only pure formless awareness can satisfy me and bring me peace. I do not learn for myself alone, but put together with Jeshua, we can replace the belief in littleness and with the awareness of the magnificence within us. I choose to decide with Jeshua, accepting nothing less than the will of our source, and I will gladly give, having received. I call forth in everyone the remembrance of perfect love and the state of pure formless awareness. For where I want my companion to be, there I will be as well.
Mm-hmm. I'll not cover the innocent foundation.
I will not cover the innocent foundation of perfect love with littleness, but honor the greatness that resides within us all.
Okay. So, do you want to do a meditation on that, or
No, I won't, John, because I'll just go straight to sleep. I think
you're tired? Yeah. Okay.
kind of been nodding off.
Yeah, it is getting quite late. So, well done. Yeah, good.
Yeah, good.
And again, amazing what it produces. Look at that.
Yeah,
Few seconds, amazing. So we're very lucky to have technology to help us to do it and summarize it.
yeah,
So, yeah, I mean, key takeaway is, don't accept littleness. Go for magnitude, and let Yeshua guide us in that. And Christmas is just a reminder of our own true magnitude, our own true self.
yeah.
So we're actually about 6 months out of sync. Exactly opposite. If we were 6 months, it was December, it would be perfect. But anyway,
Yeah.
so it is. So yeah, thanks, John. Maybe see you tomorrow if you want to join. I'm going to do an afternoon session at 12:30 if you want to join tomorrow afternoon.
Okay, I'll see how we get on. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, John.
All right. Thanks for joining.
Yeah, yeah. Okay. No, sleep well.
You too. All right. So thank you to everyone who joined. John, Elaine, Christine. Good session again. Some very powerful message. As always, that we shouldn't accept anything less than the truth, which is our magnificent self, and not to settle for littleness, which is anything that we desire in this world. It really just covers over awareness of our true self that is already whole, complete, and perfect, and so we need nothing else. So thanks again, and hope to see you tomorrow for our next session, which will be tomorrow afternoon from 12:30 UK time, 1:30 South African time. Join us in the Zoom room then. It's me signing off for the night, the day. Thanks everyone, and Namaste. Which means the magnificent self in me acknowledges and honors that same magnificent self in you.